A very warm welcome to all of you. Sorry, how could I possibly keep such an august audience waiting? It wasn't intentional, I assure you. Thank you for being here. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I have the pleasure and the privilege of being the moderator for this opening session of our annual Western Balkans Summit. Thank you, all of you, for being here, and thank you for some of those of you who recognized the music and did a bit of a jig, because it's actually created for us by AI, by one member of our staff. So we thought we'd have a bit of a jingle every time we have our summit, so that creates a bit of recognition. But it was great. It's the first time we've seen people actually do a bit of a jiggle to it. Colleagues, we meet at a time where the conversation we're having couldn't be any more strategic, fundamental, and substantial for the future of Europe. I'll say more in a moment, but I want to welcome our folk online. We have many, but I also want to say that we have two people that have had to pull out. One is Geert-Jan Koopman. Unfortunately, it's not because he took another gig. It's for personal reasons, unforeseen personal reasons that prevented him from being here. So he's very sorry, because he had this in his diary for 6 months, and this is an event that he speaks at annually and treats it as an important agenda-setting discussion, but he couldn't be here. And the other is Eddie Rama. Eddie had to pull out also because he's got a lot of, let's say he's got a lot on his plate regionally, and he's decided that he has to be there physically present. However, we have a fantastic array of contributors. We have two deputy prime ministers, we have a president of a parliament, and we have an ex-commissioner who's still doing a number of things and quite significant in the region, but also in Europe. So we framed this. We framed this as Europe's, as we call it, geopolitical security economic frontier in terms of enlargement matters. What do we know? What do we know about the region? The EU is the largest trade partner for it. The region collectively is 18 million, roughly the size of Romania. We know also that in terms of the process, you have I suppose a timing that previously you had across the region support for the EU. Now it's varied. And it's variated across the region for various reasons. So, you couldn't blame the North Macedonians or Macedonia for feeling rather, miffed that being stalled on so many occasions, the local population were thinking the EU is not serious. But Albania and Montenegro and others are continuing to enjoy a high level of support. What we also know is there are actors that see the power of the region. In that, China, Russia, and the Middle East are getting in there really quite quick and thick and fast. In terms of infrastructure projects, money is cheap, opportunities are being given without any of the conditionality that we in the EU are creating as a process for enlargement. We also know that the war or the invasion of Ukraine has changed the stakes for the region. And there's a kind of a rude awakening, which you'd have thought you'd have had that before, that suddenly the region becomes a security shield, but also a shield for in terms of, let's say, resilience of the EU, but also its future economic opportunity. And I suppose the questions that we want to address here today, and we want you to be part of this, not just our august panelists, is: do we feel that the EU is up to the job at this moment in terms of aligning its ambition to be what it wants to be? And really think that being able to work in a different mindset and recognizing the strategic opportunity, but actually I suppose the cost of inaction if it doesn't act now. There's a kind of now or never moment, because actually what we do in the next year will affect the region, but also Europe in the next 10 to 15 years if we don't call the shots right. And I suppose the question in all your minds, and I'll ask our contributors to also respond to this, is those wise men, it was mostly men who created the process of enlargement, believed the meritocracy was the way to go. Right? We know that. And, there is a lot going for meritocracy. As you know, America believes its founding philosophy is a meritocracy. Look what that got us, right? In terms of where we are right now with Mr. Trump. However, but That's an aside that was unnecessary. But is the meritocratic model still fit for purpose? Should we be continuing along this, or is there an alternative? Should we be thinking strategically about the fact that this region has an importance to the future of Europe? And actually, we need to redraw the narrative and perhaps kick received wisdom in the eye and say, there's another way, there's a better way. But actually not to undo the, let's say, make other people feel that they're being unfairly treated, or the fact that, you know, Croatia and the last big boom will say, well, we got in through meritocracy. And some of our political commentators yesterday said, actually, there was nothing meritocratic about the last big bang of enlargement. It was highly political. And hasn't it always been that? So the questions here are we able to change the narrative? Do we understand the strategic urgency, the geopolitical urgency? Do we recognize that other actors are going to influence and fill the gap if we don't move sharply, quickly, better into the area? And do we understand that this is about completing the EU project? And when do we, I suppose the question in my mind is that at the moment it must feel for many that the EU is the examiner and the students are the region and the pupils filling an exam sheet one by one and passing. But actually, it cannot be that. And at some point, you, as a teacher or let's say entering a club, you need to be vested in enabling that process to happen successfully. And I suppose at the moment, I must feel like that the region or members of the region feel like orphans in this kind of larger picture and narrative. And I suppose, has the time come to ensure that members of the region in the Western Balkans don't feel like orphan children and waiting to be adopted, but actually being seen as part of the EU family? Big ticket items for discussion. And so, well, make sure that you get every opportunity to engage with us as well. And if you don't put your hands up, I'll come to you, as you know. I have very great pleasure first in welcoming Anna Brabic, who's obviously here online. Anna, thank you for being with us. It's a great pleasure to have you. You were here last year in person. I know that you couldn't make it because of priorities and other matters you have to deal with back in the city. But you've heard what I've said. Anna, give us your view on where Serbia finds itself currently in relation to the process, and what's your reflection about the process per se? Is it time for change?
Well, again, it's great to be with you this year. Unfortunately, this year online because we have just finished our parliamentary debate on the budget and adopted the budget for 2026. So I had to be in Serbia. I would like to say that as the Speaker of the National Parliament of the Republic of Serbia, in terms of EU enlargement, in all honesty, I have to say that I am a little bit confused on, what's the perspective? Is it based on meritocracy, or is it just purely political will? And last year I said that it's not based on meritocracy, and it is absolutely not a merit-based process. And I kind of feel that to keep insisting on that phrase that it is merit-based has almost became an insult to most of us in the Western Balkans. Because it has nothing to do with setting the goals, and then when you achieve the goals in terms of implementing the reforms, the clusters will magically open, because they will not. Serbia has fulfilled all of the technical conditions to open cluster 3 already in 2021. We are going to enter 2026 without cluster 3 obviously being open. It doesn't seem likely that it's going to be open in December. So by the end of 2025, and we have already had five consecutive progress reports from the European Commission recommending to EU member states to open cluster 3 in Serbia, and nothing is happening. So no, it's not merit-based. And on what kind of political will and what does this political will depend on is, again, going back to where I began, is now very confusing to me, because we have implemented additional reforms. Still, cluster 3, hasn't been open yet. But then again, not to complain too much, I think our friends, partners, and neighbors from North Macedonia have to be even more, they're probably even more frustrated, even more confused, and even more disappointed, because what they have been through in terms of resolving their open issues with Greece, changing the name of the country, and not even getting a date to start negotiations is, it just sends all of the wrong signals. On the other hand, I have to congratulate our partners from Albania. In less than 2 years, they got to open all of the clusters. For Serbia, it took 11 years to open 2 clusters out of 6. So I am very confused, and I have no idea, what is this whole, integration process based upon, and what do you actually need to do to progress? It's not merit-based. Whether it's political or not, I fail to actually understand the logic of the process. Although I have been the prime minister for 7 years, and now for 2 years the president of the Serbian parliament. So I've been someone who has been, trying to push Serbia towards the EU for now more than 9 years. Doesn't seem that I'm that successful, to be perfectly honest.
Anna, thank you for your candid comments. My question is based on what you just said. You've been Prime Minister, President, and you've been at this for nearly 9 years or so. You've engaged with commissioners, council members as well. Marta Kos is a different person in terms of commissioner kind of credibility of the approach, we'd like to think, from the past. Geert-Jan Koopman has taken a very different brush to the whole area and the issue than previously. What are they saying to you? You're obviously, this is a public context. What you're saying is not any secret. So how are they responding to you when you say that sense of what's going on?
Well, I can't, as I have to repeat the same thing that I've said last year when I was in your conference.
Yeah.
And that is, European Commission is really a very credible, very reliable, and very predictable partner. When it comes to European Commission, it is merit-based. So European Commission basically sets, sets the stage on what they expect from a country to do, and when you do it, they follow up. As I said, there is nothing I can say in terms of European Commission. They always do what they've said that they will do. You have these set of reforms that you have to implement. You implement them or you do not implement them. They recognize this, and then they recommend opening of the clusters. But opening of a cluster needs support from all EU member states, and that's where we get to a problem. Is that European Commission has actually now recommended for 5 years in a row that cluster 3 gets open with Serbia, but they can't force EU member states to do that. And each separate member state has their own kind of idea on what you need to do and what you need to deliver on in terms of, in order for them to provide an approval, a green light for your country to open actually cluster. And that differs from one country to the next. So, even if the EU Commission said, yes, this country has fulfilled everything, please, give them a pass for the next stage of this game, it's up to them whether they want to or they don't want to. So,
which confirms your point about it's actually politically driven rather than merit-based, ultimately. If the executive, if I call the executive commission, are saying that you're ready to go, it's the political community that...
Yes, and again, European Commission has been fair, they have been reliable, they have been, they have been very ambitious in terms of setting the goals, which is good, because at the end of the day, the reforms that we need to do on our EU path are first and foremost good for our country and for our people. But even once you implement them, you don't really, it doesn't mean that you will progress to the next level of this game.
I will leave you alone for a moment, but I want to build on that point you've just made around the fact that ultimately it's member states that are creating blockages. What kind of charm offensive, if anything, are you engaged in to convince some of the naysayers in the member states about, guys, mostly guys, girls, can we get a grip?
All kinds. But I'm obviously not charming enough. I've been in Brussels almost every week for the past 2 months. Or we have fantastic ambassador, we have great team. We have Ministry of European Integration that does its best. The president, Alexander Vučić, who is in regular contact with the president of the European Council, the president of the European Commission. He will soon again have a meeting with the president of the European Commission. But it just, doesn't seem to work. You have countries which are more skeptical. Obviously, in case of Serbia, those are first and foremost the Baltics. We are now opening embassy in Latvia to cover all of the Baltic countries. Working very hard with Germany. I would say that one of our biggest supporters are certainly France and Italy. But things are stuck, and we can't seem to get them unstuck, if I can say so.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to a contempt. Obviously, people are applauding you here. Let me move to a political fellow from the region. Thank you, Alexander, for being with us. It's a real pleasure to have you here as well. Frustrations, do you share them? What's your take? Sorry. On where you find yourself. Everyone's been so aware of the sacrifices, the things you've done, over the years. Yet you are where you're at. So, what's your feeling right now about the process?
Well, someone said yesterday that we are frustrated. I think we are not frustrated anymore. We got used to it, so it's like normal. I am a bit ironic to try to paint in one sentence what is happening. And it's true that the region, my country as well, has been fighting for these values for decades. There is no doubt that for the region, there is no alternative aside of membership in EU and membership of NATO. It's good that we are a member of NATO, but unfortunately, the EU delivery is missing. And it's true that it's been painful. If I start to list what we have done since the 90s, it is a never-ending story. First, we actually changed the name twice. First, it was international use of the name, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. Then we had to change the name again for entire world and as well inside the country, domestic use as well, to North Macedonia. We changed the currency, we changed the flag, we changed the constitution 7 times so far. There is request for 8th time now. And it's just never-ending story. And when you speak with people, they're just asking, is this the last thing? And that is the answer that we are not getting. Now in our communication with our Bulgarian friends and with other stakeholders, that is our question. Okay, it is what it is. There is agreement on the table. We don't like it. Someone else signed it, but that's it. Is this the last thing? And no one is saying this is the last thing. We are asking whether the other side can do something, so there is kind of balance. Answer is obviously very often no. So that's the reality, but I think we should live with it, and we should not say, okay, we give up. The country is transforming inside as much as we can with our internal resources, but as well we are trying to use international resources as well, whether it is cooperation with EU, whether it is cooperation with the United States. We signed a strategic partnership agreement with the United Kingdom. We are the first country in Southeastern Europe that has signed this kind of partnership. I had the privilege to sign it in London on 22nd of May. So it's not that we are not working, it's not that we are not trying, or that we are not looking for partners, and clearly partners are where we belong in the Western civilization. Regarding you, again, I fully agree that the process is political. There has not been a single enlargement of EU that has not been political, starting from Greece and Portugal back in the previous century, through the big enlargement back in the beginning of this century, to Bulgaria, Romania. It has always been political. So if we have that in front of us, then it's clear that political will is lacking here for the region. For different countries, the reason is different, but obviously there is a lack of political will. And what I think is fair is to say to the people of the region, look, this can work, this cannot work. And let's do the things that can work. If we can do 10 things out of 20, let's deliver these 10. Because this way we are stuck in a situation where we are saying next summit, June, December, maybe mid-March in the end. And just the time is passing and passing. What I'm afraid of is what might happen to the region in the future. I've been hearing a lot these stories about windows of opportunities, momentums, and so on. Actually, I hear these sentences since I've been in politics. And it's not changing. Now I see a lot of windows of opportunities and momentums for 2 other countries in the region, which I hope and I would like to see will happen because they're our neighbors. But I don't want to be in the shoes of the politicians in Albania and Montenegro in 29, when option A, there will be no membership. Option B, they will say, look, you can come on a meeting, but you will have no voting right, or you can come on this meeting, but you should leave the room on the other agenda, and this you can do, this you cannot do. You are a member, but you are not a member. I don't want to be in their shoes. And that's why I think it's fair for the region to have Anna's approach. What I'm afraid of is there are still forces in the region which are very, very powerful, that are just seeking to find the moment or the momentum to seize the power, which have completely different vision. And I think they just wait the process to fail. It's not only geostrategical orientation, it's criminal orientation as well. It's as well waking of some bad memories from the past that are mainly extreme nationalistics, which we saw unfortunately in the 90s. So I'm very afraid for the region that if this cohesive factor that exists now and that we are talking among each other and that we are working, and in general, when you see the political elites in all countries of Western Balkans are mainly moderate. Now we can speak about small differences, but in general are moderate. But there are extreme powers that are waiting for that. In my country already created. In Albania, they existed, now they're back, they will come back. Montenegro, not to speak. Serbia, they fight on both sides. They have extreme left, they have extreme right. For Bosnia, not to speak about. So I'm very afraid what will happen with the region if this fails. And if you are politically wise and if you are politically experienced, you know that the chances that this will fail are big because there is no appetite for enlargement. And as Anna said, the Commission, yes, is merit-based, but then when it comes to the member states, it's completely different reason. What I think we should do is cooperate economically, which we are already doing in the region, and connect. For example, we are landlocked, but we are lucky to have two pan-European corridors intersecting in the country. Corridor 10, that goes from Piraeus port in Athens north to Finland, and Corridor 8, that goes from the Adriatic to the Black Sea. We are investing a lot of funds, a lot of money to construct highways, to construct railway, and that is something that might completely change and shape the economic future of the country, and something that we should look together as a future of the region. Thank you.
Before you put the mic down, and I know that whatever you said is really motivated Stefan to come in. If you could wait for a second, if that's okay, Stefan, I will bring you.
More and more difficult.
I can see. I think all of you noticed he was like, but I'm sure it's a positive thing. What kind of approach do you think you can take independently, proactively, to, let's say, make the connection in terms of regional cooperation between, let's say, North Macedonia, Serbia? Anna's just popped out the window for the moment, but other actors. Is that happening, or are the forces that you've spoken about compromising that?
In this moment, it's happening. For the region of Western Balkans, there are no borders practically. The trade is very easy. We are working through projects, I don't want to list all of them, that will get you, if a truck gets loaded in the port of Durrës, it can go directly to Belgrade without stop on any of the border. Question is, what is happening with the neighbors? What we do with Greece, which is member of EU, what we do with Bulgaria, what Serbia is doing with Romania, with Hungary, with Croatia. And that is where we should open as well. We are now talking with Greece to create 13 lines on our main checkpoint, so it goes faster than it is now. We are speaking with Bulgaria to construct railway. I will come up today. I will have meeting with the Bulgarian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Transport for another checkpoint. So that is the way we can open to each other. But and to try to keep it aside of the political games. But one thing to tell you. Several weeks ago, we signed an agreement with the Bulgarian DPM regarding construction of railway connection between the two countries on Corridor 8. Half of the Bulgarian media, after this ceremony, were reporting that we are lying, that this will not happen, that this is fake, that Russians are paying me and him not to do this. On top of it, I am paid by the Greeks and Serbs as well. So, conspiracy theories that people live with. You have the owner of the biggest news agency in Bulgaria saying that he has credible sources that Russians are paying me the project to fail, and I have signed it. And it is every day in media, it is poisoning the public. The only way we can fight this is to deliver. And on the other side, I think member states of EU should be fair to the region and should say, this is our vision for the region. Continue, there is no other word than lying. There are more moderate words like false promises, like delayed promises, but in the end, it gets to a lie. I don't think it's a fair approach for the region, because I said what I expect will happen to the region if there is no Anna's approach.
Anna sort of communicated a pragmatic optimism, if I can, my words obviously, Anna, not yours, in terms of still kind of hanging in there. From what you've just described, what's your sense of, let's not call it optimism, but likelihood of change in the approach to enlargement? You think it's going to be business as usual?
Well, I think that the story of enlargement is something that several key players in EU has clear decision what will happen or what will not happen. What, again, I think it's fair is to say that to the region and to try to connect to the region in a different forms of communication and in different forms of cooperation. I cannot understand how it is possible that you ask from us to change the constitution again after changing of everything we changed, and there are 14 decisions by the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg that are applicable for all member states that Bulgaria, for example, is not implementing for the Macedonian minority in Bulgaria, and no one does any pressure to Bulgaria, all pressure comes to us.
So you're a
What will
politician.
take after this?
Okay, you're a politician. Do you think it's going to change, or do you think it's going to stay as it is?
I hope it will change. I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. We know you're speaking publicly, so, but let's get into the thick of it. Can you wait, or do you want to have a go right now? I'm talking to Stefan. Because I was going to bring in Christina. You can wait, you sure? Thank you so much. Because I want to bring Christina in now. Another, very significant actor, Deputy Prime Minister of Moldova. You were here last year also in person. Christina, good to have you back. You've heard from your contemporaries in Serbia and North Macedonia. What's the mood music in Moldova? Obviously, for a lot of us, we were holding our breath around the elections, and you became a flashpoint of hope in the sense that something can happen, something can change, people can do the right thing. So it was, debt of honor and gratitude to the Moldovans that you inspired hope and the fact that we can retain our values. What's your sense of the enlargement process for you?
Thank you very much for the invitation this year to join you as well. And I'm sorry I'm not there in person. But indeed, we are now in a different political cycle. We had elections, parliamentary elections this September, where the people chose for yet another time Europe. For the last 5 years, Moldovans have chosen Europe for 5 times. And at this point, I can say that we are very much united around this idea. Last year was very difficult, particularly because the EU was under attack in Moldova. A European future of Moldova was under attack. Russian disinfo, Russian propaganda was everywhere. But we were very glad that with very strong communication, both on behalf of the government, of colleagues and partners in Brussels, but also civil society, we managed to have the election results that we have. So ahead of us, we have a new mandate of 4 years where Moldovans have given us their trust to accelerate on our accession path, and we will do the most out of it. Technically, we have finalized the screening process, and we are awaiting for the opening of the clusters. So far, the Commission has mentioned that we are ready to open 3 out of 6 clusters. I hope that by the end of this year, we will be ready to open all 6 clusters. So for us, both politically, we are set to advance, but also technically, we have done the homework that would allow us to move to the next phase. For us, there is a sense of urgency, both because we have this geopolitical opportunity, which coupled with the openness that we see in Brussels and the political will at home, we want to make it work. So for us, moving to the next step is of essence so that we do not lose the time. We have embarked as a country on extremely difficult and complex reforms, be it justice sector reform, anti-corruption, diversification of energy, or the modernization of the security sector. All of these are difficult ones. We have embedded all of them in a so-called national program for the adoption of the acquis, which is a national roadmap, if you'd like, for the next 5 years that would harmonize our national legislation with the EU acquis. So we are set ready at home to do our job properly. And we very much hope that this will be reciprocated from Brussels. We have an excellent cooperation with the Commission, which is guiding us through the technical steps of what needs to be done. And we're very grateful to have the support of all of the 27 member states for our European path. So for Moldova, at this point, it's indeed probably a good start, a good political start to continue with the technicalities. Of course, there is a lot of work for us ahead. Our colleagues in the Western Balkans have been on this road for much longer than us. And there is a lot to be catching up with. However, both politically and societally, we are ready to do our part of the homework and very much hope that the EU will reciprocate with letting us advance for the next steps. This is really critical for us because we have seen what the narrative or what the credibility of the EU has to deal with in Moldova. The disinformation is very strong and it aims at discrediting the EU as a geopolitical actor, as a future for Moldova. It is extremely adaptive all the time, and in order to be able to withstand its force, we also need to be very flexible and very much adaptive. So from this perspective, it's both in our national interest to advance as quickly as possible, but it's also in EU's interest to be able to maintain the credibility in Moldova. At this point, we're working very well together with the Commission to disaggregate and to debunk those myths and those fake narratives about the EU. I don't think this is something that affects only our country. I think it's a phenomenon that will be more and more present in the EU member states as well, also in other fellow candidate countries. Therefore, here I think we do have this window of opportunity that I still believe in, but we need to fight for it because disinformation today is at its best and it's only going to become better in the years to come. Thank you.
Christina, thank you very much. Look, I'm going to say this. That was a highly diplomatic contribution on your part. I can understand where you're coming from, given where you've got to. And it wasn't a criticism. It's just that you've heard from Serbia, you've heard from North Macedonia, you know the challenge you've gone through as a country. Tell us directly, do you think the Commission and the Council has got a grip on the strategic geopolitical risk currently that is being posed to Europe and why it needs, and the fact that it needs to act differently, better and more swiftly? Do you think they've got that? It's a question to you.
Yes, I definitely believe they do because we've been able together to identify those risks, and with the support of the Commission, of the Member States, we were able to withstand this tsunami of interference on behalf of Russia during the last year. And this is not going to stop. We're going to strengthen our partnerships, both with the Commission, with the European External Action Service, but also with the Member States.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you some similar questions, by the way, those of you in the audience. It will be really good to get your sense. So get ready to think about what your reaction is to whether the Commission and the Council and Member States have got a grip on the situation, or do they feel the sense of strategic urgency? Stefan, you have your time now. You can let it all out. I know that you are going to react to what Alexandra said, so I'm going to let you speak to that rather than ask you my question in a moment, which I will do, but react first.
I will never do that. I'm ignoring your questions. First of all, it's very nice to be here back, okay? Although I have not been on the list yesterday at this time, it's really a pleasure to be with you and in this company and to address such an important issue. And it is still a very personal issue for me. That explains sort of me moving and being impatient to get to the floor. Look, I don't know how many people, and that's going to be my point one, how many people know that the Czech Republic accession process was also not an easy one. That it was both merit-based and political. Germany had made it very clear they will not allow a country with the banished degrees to become the EU member. And Austrians told us very clearly they will not let us in unless there is a clarity about our future plans concerning the nuclear power plant. What do you think we have done? Complaining? Saying it's unfair? Yeah, maybe the first hours and first days. But then we realized that we need to address it, that we need to go through, and that we need to address sort of the shadow of the past and those of the present. And we did. And we did. My second point, and I try to be as diplomatic as I could be under the circumstances. A year ago, I would have absolutely no problem, and I would sit here in this chair and, not reacting, not getting red, and not sort of moving around and so on. But Jesus, the situation has changed, right? Why are we sort of still haunting the demons of the past and not addressing the current and future challenges? Point number 3. Whatever way you could discuss it, whatever time you decide to waste, it is a merit-based and political process, and it's a mixture, whether you like it or whether you hate it. Once you become the member, you want it exactly this way. Don't waste the time. The Commission is going to bring you to the table. And at the table, the member states will decide whether you go through or not. So you need to address both of those things. And it's good to do it at the same time, because then you will not haunt yourself by these issues, whether it is merit-based and technical or whether it's a political. It's both, and please accept it. After years of the negotiations, come on, it's about the time, to take it. And it always, by the way, trying to be diplomatic, I hope that no one in the room could accuse me of the lack of the empathy towards the enlargement, towards the Western Balkans and other candidate countries. But let's make this year a year of transformation from the demons of the past, and there are a number of the demons, and the one which I felt the most dangerous, which made really all the wrong things, was that the member states of the European Union have switched off the engine of enlargement. I think I was on the record here in one of the previous years. I made it absolutely clear that I have never accused any of the candidate countries from the lack of efforts to address what needs to be done. But there was the time when I heard your predecessors telling me clearly, I'm sorry, we understand what you want us to do, but if we do it and there is no this motivation element, this reward, us being moved closer to the membership, you know, moved on these stairs to achieve everything what needs to be done. So unless us delivering on our commitment, if it's not accompanied with that, who is going to risk the political future? Me? No. No, I'm a politician, and as I said, every politician, my interest is to be re-elected. How could I be re-elected if I would tell my people, do this, you know, we need to reform this, and so on, and whenever the people would be asking me, yeah, okay, Mr. Politicians, but what is there for us? I mean, how closer we made it because of all of that what we have done to the membership in the European Union. What me as a politician then shall tell them? You know, not that much, actually, not even a centimeter. They will not let me go in this office again. So clearly, it has been the EU member states. We could discuss the reasons, okay? And I actually mentioned one because it was not the only one. Now, there's one thing which we have missed from our more strategic consideration, both in the candidate countries and in the European Union. In the European Union, we're still trying to catch out, and I don't understand, and I do not know to what extent it is being comprehended in the candidate countries. And it is that each and every enlargement has been accompanied more or less at that time with a transformation of the European Union. This process of widening and deepening these two strings of the DNA, you know, this is how the EU operates. We are not talking about the enlargement of one small, tiny country. We're talking about enlargement up to 10 countries. This is a huge implications on the way the decisions being made, you know, the money being distributed, and all of that. I mean, there is no some kind of miracle switch in the European Union. Okay, switch to 40, okay, done, and we go. Absolutely not. And yeah, the appetite in the European Union to deliver on that deepening is not that big. But tell me, tell me how many politicians from the candidate countries are engaged with the EU officials or the member states on these issues, helping them to understand the urgency of this matter and helping them to understand that you have a legitimate interest to be a part of that process, because whatever the changes they are cooking right now will change the European Union you will become a part of. I guess the number is not going to be really very high, right?
Well, you heard Anna said that she's doing it every week. She's trying to do the charm offensive in the member states. We've heard from Alexandra, he's signing concordats with the UK and others. So I'm not kind of getting at you in that way, but is it more about the collective, the lack of collectiveness around the approach to charm the member states?
I think it has to do with my last point, and it is, you know, it doesn't matter who's going to be the first and who's going to be the last one, if there are going to be sort of the enlargement in a couple of waves. What matters is that this group works together and that it approaches the member states together. Do not allow those member states who do not have appetite at this point of the time to transform, reform, deepen the European Union, to play the games of divisions or stressing or highlighting the divisions among the candidate countries. Find something what unites them. And I think what unites them is exactly, we want to know what kind of European Union we want to be a part of. Jesus, this is a good platform for, being united, right? And once you are united, I mean, you can then sort of come out with a strategy and tactics to approach the member states, the EU institutions, to play your role, pushing this forward. And pushing this forward also the directions you have no problems to live once you get in. So let me repeat sort of my first call. The things are moving. I hear the sound of the engine of enlargement. The DG is working. There is finally a commissioner who has an empathy for the region and for what she's doing. Do not miss the opportunity. Do not complain about the past and focus on the future, because the future is also yours.
Stefan, thank you very much. But you know that it might come across as tone deaf when you just said what you said to those like Alexandra, Anna, etc. Because sure. No, but you've kind of made a challenge both within the region but also into the EU. In this forum right now, the way you've been there before, right? You've been the commissioner and you've experienced everything. You've watched what's going on, and you know you can read the runes politically. Do you think the Commission, so let's put Malta's a good thing, Jan Koopman's a good thing, in terms of the Commission body itself, do they get a sense of the strategic urgency of getting enlargement done right and more quickly right now?
I think they do. Otherwise, I would not hear the sounds of the engine. I think the war in Ukraine, the Russian aggression, the hybrid threats, I think both the officials in the EU and not all, but number of the member states, politicians, understands that if we do not act quickly, we might repeat some historical experience of some countries applying and then withdrawing or failing actually to make it to the European Union on their own. While there are hybrid attacks on our airport and identified drones, Jesus, I mean, there are so many political drones, and not only in our countries, but particularly in the candidate countries. So this is an ongoing battle for the mind, and I feel, and I want to wish also, I cannot tell you more, that that's being understood both in Brussels institutions and in the member states. But what I would welcome is to hear your united voice, not just a number of them complaining about the past, because that is not going to move us really forward, but the united voice of those who wants to become a member. Guys, the time has come now. As you see, we are preparing ourselves, and we can prove it. There are charts now which were not available before, show us your cards. And the fact that the Commission has not yet shown the paper on the preparations of the European Union, I mean, we should be talking about this. This should be sort of the point of number one of our discussions, and not whether we are insulted that someone is reminding us that it's a merit-based process. Whether you like it, whether you look at it from right or left, it's always going to be a mixed process.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw a number of faces reacting to what you've just said, but we like it. It's great to have a debate, because discussion is about making sure that we contest ideas, perspectives, as long as we get an outcome that we seek, which is positive and healthy. Colleagues, you've been patient, you've been quiet. I've been looking at some of you getting frustrated, irritated. What do you think? We have a hands up. We've got 2 mics. What I'd like you to focus on is a number of things, if I may. Do you think it's time to change the process of enlargement? Okay? So this is not about complaining about the past. It's that, given where we find ourselves, do you think we need to change it? If we were to change it, how? And what's your sense of the fact that this... Christopher Hill said something really interesting. Christopher Hill being, the chap famous for the Dayton Peace Agreement, US ambassador to the region, said that the EU should be really conscious of sequentialism, i.e. letting one after the other, what that does to the region, but what that does to Europe more widely. Quite an interesting thought. Gentleman at the back, hello, good to see you. If you just, the mic there. Any other hands? There can't just be one hand up from this sea of people in the room. Okay, I'll come and I'll pick on, because there's 2 men, I'm going to go to 1 woman in a moment. Thank you. All right, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself as well, please.
I'm Marko Pavic. I'm also European Young Leader. I'm Member of Parliament from Croatia and also Vice President of Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. I would like just to add to the Croatian view. First, I would like to congratulate the European Commission and to Marta Kos to bringing new wit to enlargement. Croatia is very big supporter of enlargement. But I would also like to say this is political process, but because it is political process, I'm optimist. I'm optimist in a way, yes, I'm optimist.
You caught my attention
I'm
there.
optimist in a way because Croatia last entered in 2013. If we don't have anybody in by 2030, it will be free mandate of the European Commission and Council. There was no enlargement. So because of that, I think member states are aware of that, and somebody, I'm sure, in my personal view, will come into the union. Now is the question of merit-based, which Commission does well. Politically, I agree with Stefan that candidate countries don't contact all of us, member states, enough to be more proactive. And I would like to add on the bilateral things that North Macedonia has, that Croatia has with Montenegro. I would compliment government of Montenegro. We have bilateral issues, but we made commission that deal with that out of the media, out of the public view. They are almost ready. I think most of the topics that I have information are resolved. And soon, I'm sure Croatia will be a way to also give permission for Chapter 31. So I'm optimist because it is political thing, and we are aware that we don't have the consensus how we will function with new countries, especially to the budget and to all the strains. We already knew how to function with 28 countries with UK. So Montenegro is front runner, Albania is next. But because of also other countries, we need to send a signal, political signal foremost, that the enlargement has not been stopped. And if we have free commissions and council mandates that nobody entered, that's the poorly on us all. claiming that enlargement is in the focus of this Commission. Thank you.
So no, before you put the mic down, I mean, so answer my question. Do you think the process ought to change or keep as it is?
Well, I don't think we have consensus. We all have views.
What's your view? Because you're sitting at the heart of some of the biggest political networks you just described with council, all the rest of it. What's your view?
My view is that it needs to change, but I don't think we have consensus and focus to change it together. So probably it will be on merit base each country, and then we can discuss. First, I think we need a success story, somebody coming in that we can talk. Okay, now how we can change the process.
Sure.
If I may, what do you mean change?
You might want to rethink the entire process in the sense you could keep meritocracy, you can keep the politics, but actually you could do something quite symbolic.
No.
Okay, let me float this. Macron came up with the European political community as an idea. Everyone trashed it, but it has had traction.
I love it, by the way. I love it.
Create a
because this is
community
the
of the
only
Balkans.
platform where the member states talking to the candidate countries as not as students,
Exactly.
but on the equal level.
Indeed. So
Okay?
I'm saying if they...
But my question is it perceived in the candidate countries exactly as I just described? I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. We'll hear from them. We'll hear from them. But that's what I'm saying about the different approach. The time, the sense of security and urgency is now. We're doing the same thing as we've always done, hoping for a different outcome is the definition of insanity, as we know.
Look,
Yeah.
I just want, because I don't want really to go in these discussions to change, something. Listen, the European Union is a political project. In the heart of it, it's a single economic area. Whether you like it or not, it is a political and also very technical, because for you to be a part of the single market, you need to fulfill a certain criteria, okay? There is nothing you could change. Eventually, you could admit a country, and it happened in the past. I don't know whether we have a Bulgarian or Romanian representatives here. You could have them, and then you could then tell them, yeah, guys, by the way, you don't have the full rights here, you don't have a full rights there, and so on. So we can change this. Yes, we can. But are you interested in this kind of half membership?
Okay, Stefan, if I may. Yeah, okay. That's not what we're saying here. So let me be absolutely clear about what I'm saying about change.
Be absolutely clear.
I am,
on that.
absolutely. So what I'm not suggesting that you remove meritocracy. I'm not suggesting people are fast-tracked in. If the Commission and the Council deigned it as such, should say, we will make the Balkans and the candidate countries a community, a political community of the EU. That sends a message to China, Russia, and malevolent actors. It doesn't say that one is going to get in faster than the other. It's a symbolic political gesture that says you are part of the family. You will come in, obviously, through the process, but symbolically, you're doing... Because if Macron could do that, and everyone trashed it, people like it now. That's what I'm saying that we could do.
No, but it is not changing. There is one thing I have not made it clear enough, at least directly not. Despite the fact that it is a political and technical process, there is still a lot of room for creativity. Huh? I mean, I used this, and some of you remember. Some of you remember in good, some not in a very good. But I'll try also to be creative. But it's not only commissioner who could be creative, it's also member states who could be creative, the politicians. Yes, I can imagine that in addition, this process to be both merit-based and political, that we create a number of platforms, frameworks, and so on, to make it easier, to make it clearer, to make sure that there is a very clear commitment to the region. I'm for it.
Okay.
I'm absolutely for it.
Then we're in agreement. Because this is about a political symbolic statement being made by the Commission. It fends off others to not fill the vacuum that meritocracy creates, but also the divide and rule that it creates within the region. But anyway, we'll take your views on that, but there are two people who are patiently waiting. So, gentleman here, please introduce yourself, and the lady there. And react to what this conversation's been about as well, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Zoran Yolevski. I'm coming from Macedonia. And I will have two parts of my presentation or my comments. First will be personal and then geopolitical.
Okay.
Personal, I will try to be short. You know, when my country proclaimed independence, I was a young diplomat. And since beginning, we knew that our future is in Euro-Atlantic integrations. And I thought my mid-careers as a diplomat will be members of NATO and EU. How the time was passing, okay, I say later on maybe we'll become. Then I say, okay, I hope before the end of my career, before my retirement, I will be diplomat of EU member state. I retired 2 years ago, and I say, I hope that by end of my life will be member of the European Union. And by the way, I'm 66, and the life expectancy is 74, which means me 6 years.
Zoran, thank you for that. But it does give you a sense of
the feeling of a person and what's the life. But on the other side, about geopolitics, about the process itself, we are living in a very specific period of geopolitics. The world is changing. The more united Europe is stronger. And I believe we need to find a way how to move the process of integration of Southeastern Europe into European Union. I just came back last week from Tangier, Morocco, and there we were some former ministers, prime ministers from Europe, but also there were active politicians from Africa. And they came just the EU-Africa Summit. And the feeling of the Africans, politicians, was as business as usual. We don't have that luxury for business as usual with the integration of Southeastern Europe. Yes, the process should be merit-based first, because the reforms what we are doing first for ourselves, then for European Union. That's very important. There's political issues, and if we live in this geopolitical situation, why we don't say like our friend from Croatia, let's start the process, let's start the technical process, moving for whole countries in the region, and then solve it, by the way, the political obstacles, solve the past behind later on. And also, let's think about more strategically, or can we get the countries from Southeastern Europe, we spoke about getting them to have regional integrations, so-called CEFTA-2, but can we have them fully integrated in the single market in this process? And give them some deadline, in 5 years, 6 years, whatever.
Okay.
That is the process where what we can contribute. And also let the countries to participate in the, as our friend Fule, Commissioner Fule mentioned, in the process of bringing new legislation of the European Union, get the private business also involved and be acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pass the mic behind you, sorry. Oh, good. Oh, there's more. Oh, great. Good for you. I will bring you all three in, don't worry.
Okay, good morning, and thanks for bringing us together to this really very thought-provoking discussion. Galina News for 20-odd years at NATO, but now with the Brussels Freedom Hub as a co-founder. So I think let me just frame this by saying we are not in normal times. Yeah, we are under a shadow war from Russia. We are coerced by China, etc., etc. So we are not in normal times. And if we in normal times would do business as usual, I think we are doomed. So that would be my first point. My second point is that the enlargement process is actually one of the few areas where the EU can show and demonstrate its geostrategic leadership. So if it doesn't play that card to the full, it is even more becoming a play ball between the strong man in Washington, Moscow, and Beijing. Let's face it. So then my third point, I think we want the process to be reviewed, that it really delivers the result we want. And in my mind, that result is enlargement. So if that process is too slow and too cumbersome, and it seems that the main hurdle is the unanimity principle, why don't we ask ourselves, building on what Stefan said, where can we apply creativity or review the process and move as much as possible to qualified majority voting? So that would be
Good for you. Yes.
I guess my $1 million question to Stefan.
Yeah, no.
Please,
But do you know, no, because I've got people.
Not yet. But,
yeah.
Okay.
So, but thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Sorry, Stefan. Sorry. Because I want to bring more of the audience. Gentleman there, he's been very patient. It's coming towards you.
Thank you. Pierre Mirel, I'm former Commission official. Stefan, I'm very grateful that you recalled that the process...
He is a person who taught me a lot, and I owe him really...
Well, but then...
Okay. I had Eddie Rama on the stage with me 2 years ago, who was difficult, but this gentleman, my goodness. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you very much for reminding us that the process is both merit-based and political. On the merit-based question, I think we have the answer for Mrs. Speaker Barnabic of what you do, Stefan, in 2011 by bringing forward what was called the new approach. Namely, the overall process of negotiations cannot move forward, in other words, you don't open new clusters, unless you move on chapters 23, 24, the fundamentals. So I think the Speaker has the answer. There's no confusion. Merit-based, and that's for 14 years ago. Second, on the political part, to answer your question, I think there is possibility to change something. You might find it too symbolic, but it's to agree that the Council should agree that candidates which today fulfill completely alignment with common foreign security policy should join, participate in the Foreign Affairs Council without voting right, fine, but they should participate. That would be a very important gesture, even for the population of the countries, to see them coming, participating with the ministers. So it would be a kind of political community transformed into...
So what is your view on creating the Balkans and the Balkan countries as a European political community? What difference is that? Because you're saying on the foreign security side, but what about some rights to the market, etc., and so forth?
Well, sure. I mean, I've been proponent of starting with the joining the single market, etc. I still continue to think that's good, but single market is not that easy to join, except for Ukraine and Moldova, because of their agreement is different from.
But would you agree that if the Council and the Commission were to say we're creating a European political community of the candidate countries of the Balkans, that would make a difference at this current moment in time to the malevolent actors?
Maybe, but the best way to do it is to invite them to the Foreign Affairs Council. That's very practical.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have yourself. Where are the mics?
I think you can do both things, by the way, at the same time.
Please, introduce yourself.
Hello, this is Pranvera Kasami from North Macedonia. Thank you for organizing all these greetings to the distinguished speakers. Answering to your question, I'm basically coming from the NGO sector or civil society organizations. I would like to express my optimism and the optimism of the civilian society in general for finding a modality between either we call it changing the process or finding creative ways, whatever works and for however works best for whomever it may work. But for us as a country, it is very important at this moment to feed the optimism forward, because what is going on in the public discourse, as we actually speaking, is let's say the question of if North Macedonia delivers on the required constitutional changes and deepens institutional reforms, then can the EU commit to a clearer timeline or set of benchmarks that prevent member states' votes from de-realigning the process for reasons unrelated to accession criteria? So what I would very much
like
what
Alexandra was saying, in the sense that tell us honestly, what's in and what's out, and that manage the timeline so that, you know, Bulgaria, Croatia, etc., can't just kind of do its thing?
I would like to see very much, let's say, like an alternative approach, or whatever we call it, as I said, for us to relax a little bit on all this process going on, because we have been going through a lot up to now. As the our representative said, we changed twice our name, etc., etc.
Sure.
So we want to feel some reassurance that we are on the right path, and that won't cost us a lot further.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just had a kind of reality check. I've only got 7 minutes left. This is ridiculous. I'm going to go on just by 5 minutes, if I may. I know there's a lot of you want to come in. Gentlemen here, please. And then I do remember there was a gentleman here as well.
Thank you very much for organizing this event. My name is Vladimir Prebilic, a member of the parliament, of course, from Slovenia. And of course, I know Marta Koza really well. But really, I would like to emphasize here, of course, the Parliament is not the game changer when we talk about the enlargement process. However, this is really important to understand. If there was a moment in time for the enlargement, I think this is the moment. Why? Because even within political groups in the Parliament, something is quite clear. Now we have to support countries in this enlargement path. So this is quite clear. Number two, what we would like to suggest is to rethink the decision-making in the Council. We agree that qualified majority will enable swifter approach of the countries. You know, unanimity within the Council for every cluster to be open is something that is dragging along the whole process. And we are really prone this kind of thinking. Of course, the Parliament cannot change that, but suggestions are coming. The third thing is for the countries who, unfortunately, are still not starting the negotiation process, please do not lose time waiting for the opening the cluster. You can do your reforms regardless. So do not use time for waiting, but working swiftly and fastly. And finally, we are still here to support a lot. I was visiting a lot of the countries of the Western Balkans. There is a progressive approach, and we will do whatever we can on the behalf of the European Parliament, you know, to support you in that manner. My suggestion in the Parliament was, please revise or consider that the parliamentarians of the accession countries would be invited to the debates into the European Parliament. I couldn't agree more that the future that we are crafting today will be future of the countries that will be members of tomorrow. So why not bring them here? It doesn't cost us a lot.
Exactly.
And
you're a parliamentarian. Sorry to cut across you, because I'm just conscious of the time.
Yeah, sure.
No, but don't sit down. It's a great idea, because you're building on something that, you know, because the point of this conversation is what can we do? What are the kind of practical, positive steps we can take? Who do you have to convince to get that on the table? Who's going to make that happen?
For inviting, I think we have to first have an agreement between all the political groups. Of course, we approached also the president of the parliament, and we will try to push it as far as we can. But again, I think this is a soft approach, doesn't cost a lot, and would mean a lot to everyone.
Are you doing this now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Would you
do not ask me when this will happen, because I do not have the magic stick to happen tomorrow.
But it's good for people to know that you're creating something like that.
The debate is running.
Yeah. Very, very, effective.
Sure.
We wish you well on your journey on that. But it makes absolute sense. Why wouldn't parliamentarians from the region participate in the European Parliament? It would be a huge and important symbolic sign. So you've been waiting for some time.
Yes, hello. Great event. My name is Christian Spar. I spent 6 years in the region of Southeast Europe with a German think tank before coming to Brussels. And back then we founded with partners in the Western Balkans a professional association for government spokespersons in order to foster the citizen dialogue about EU accession. And my question will be to Deputy Prime Minister Gerasimov and or Deputy Prime Minister Nikolowski, how we can improve the citizen dialogue on EU matters in the context of disinformation that was mentioned earlier. Because on the one hand, we know, I've been with the European Commission during 2 years, we always know that sometimes communication is too technical. We have to speak not only to minds, but also to hearts. And also in the accession region, in the Western Balkans, that basically the public communicators need to find a way to have a true citizen dialogue on this. How can we improve it? What can the European Commission do better? What can accession countries do better?
Too many questions in one. You realize that. But no, before you give off the mic, very briefly, Answer your own question.
Yes.
Given where you're coming from, what would you think should happen?
Well, I believe accession countries need to invest in citizen dialogue on EU matters, but also it's not only their task to explain this to their citizens. Also, the EU can do more.
Okay.
And maybe one or two comments on this from the panelists.
Okay, great. We know that our Serbian friends have created something called EU Provizado, which is to, I hope I've got that right, to engage citizens in a dialogue to, I suppose, better sell the opportunity of extension. Gentlemen there, and then that's it, in terms of people electing to speak, because I'm going to pick on two people very briefly too.
Radu Raghea, Civil Society Romania. I was involved somehow in the processes with my country to be part of the EU, and what I want to focus now is values, our values in general. We are talking about technocratics and benchmark and stuff like that, but values were not taken into consideration. It was something new, also probably from the EU perspective. And now people here, we believe in EU values, I suppose, and some of us, at least, we feel that these values are not, illiberal values. And some leaders in Europe are illiberal. I mean, they are illiberal, and they block the our liberal project. So, for the candidate countries, I think the process is also important, and for us is important, because I think we have to have a mechanism to move forward with the project of the EU project based on values, on liberalism, stuff like that, because otherwise we will not have an EU. We will have a kind of something destroyed from inside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before I bring the panelists to make their final comments, I'm going to embarrass two people at the front here. We have two women who happen to be governors of banks. It's great. I know you're looking at me thinking, oh my God, what are you going to... I'm so pleased you're here. Right? I know you're going to speak in the next one. But, two governors of very significant, countries in the process. Can I just ask you, I want you to just respond that whether you think the conversation we're having is so far removed from your kind of world of banking and economics. Introduce yourself, Anka.
I'm Anka Drago. I'm governor of Central Bank of Moldova. Central banks are independent institutions. However, we work and live in political environments. So it's very important to know, to understand what's politics around us.
Okay. You should have been a politician, Anka. Really? I know you can't. You used to be. Okay, fine. I know you're a governor of a bank, and I know most governors of banks would actually come up with a similar response, saying we're independent. But never mind. Go on, you.
Thank you very much. I'm not a politician, never was, never will be.
But you're a governor of?
Governor of the central bank, civil servant for 27 years. So essentially, it's a very, very interesting debate, lots of mixed signals and lots of new thoughts, but it cannot be detached from our reality in the central banks, because every central bank in accession country is delivering against 9 economic chapters. And we are faced also with a very demanding, cumbersome process. We're running against moving targets with evolving regulation and entire framework. But then again, as Anka said, we cannot detach ourselves from realities back at home, but also in the European Union. And I believe that today we have an excellent opportunity to discuss on the next panel why the economics is the incentive and the underlying motive which can bring the enlargement forward.
Brilliant segue into the next session, which will be facilitated by Valbona. So I'm going to come to all of you, our contributors. I'm going to start with you, Stefan, if I may, because I'm going to start with you because you're going to be the most problematic and take the longest. See what I mean?
No. I'll go to the last one.
Okay, so I'll start with you to respond to the question that we've had. What your reflection on the notion of a European political community of the Balkans, but also academic countries.
Well, as you said, when President Macron first spoke about this, most of the countries were skeptical, but I think it's a good forum to discuss. Last one was in Tirana. I had the privilege to be there. We were all on the same table discussing, talking what we can do, what we cannot do. So in general, it's something that already the baby is born and is there, and I hope it will rise to something that will unite Europe. Regarding the public communication that was mentioned, actually I think it is one of the key questions. I think the region now lives much better than it used to live 10, 15 or 20 years ago. Both economically, democratically, there is a progress in the region. No one can deny it. It's a fact. The question is whether that progress will continue, and what we do with the public communication. Still, the appetite in the region is high, and the support for membership into EU is very high. But it's a fact that other forces are rising, which are saying, no, you should not do this. And that's why I think it's fair to speak open and honest to the people, and that was the point of what I wanted to say earlier in my intervention. I've heard as well some good examples from Slovenia and Croatia. We would be lucky if our neighbors were mature enough as you used to be in the past, because the model they did, I think it's a model that is solving all bilateral disputes. Unfortunately, it is not implemented with the other countries. They said, okay, we have dispute, let Croatia join, and we will solve the dispute as soon as they join, when we are equal. If we can have the same, I think it is the best. The problem is we cannot get it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Christina, before I move on to, obviously I've got an errant candidate on my panel who will not refuse to go next, so he'll be last, but I'll come to Anna after, but Christina first.
Thank you. Very quickly on the citizens' engagement question that I received. We are already engaging with the citizens a lot, and we have seen that it's working. So we need to definitely continue improving that. I think one way we could do it is to have more visits of MEPs, of the Commission to Moldova and get out of Chisinau. Talk about the EU, talk about the values, how similar they are, and about the benefits of joining the European Union. So here we already started, asking commissioners whether they'd be interested to go out of Chisinau. I asked my counterparts from different member states to join me to the regions, to rural communities, and it's working very well. So that's how we will continue doing that. At the same time, it's really important to bring our citizens to see EU institutions, to see Brussels at work. Yes, it's a complicated bureaucracy, but it's not as scary as it is projected in the Russian disinfo. So I think here, we started bringing mayors to Brussels, civil society to Brussels, influencers to Brussels, so that they know what it is like, and they can actually use this experience to then go back home and talk about it from actually seeing it. We will continue engaging more in public communication in the years to come, because this is essential to keep the public support and to be able to counter disinformation that will only grow stronger in the years to come.
Christina, in terms of your Western Balkans brothers and sisters, do you get a sense that they want to play in terms of work coming together more in terms of solidarity? Are you witnessing anything that gives you the confidence that you're all in it together and we could do better if we collaborated? Do you get that message or not?
Definitely. We have very, very excellent cooperation with all of the countries in the Western Balkans, Montenegro, Albania, North Macedonia, or Serbia. So we are working based on mostly on memorandums of understanding. We do visits. Next week I will be in Albania. Colleagues have recently returned from North Macedonia, from Montenegro, and it's clear that we are in it together.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anna, if I may, and I'm sorry, you will get to coffee. I'm going to wrap it up in less than 5 minutes, I promise. In less than 5 minutes, okay, Stefan? Anna, if I can pray upon you. You reflect on the conversation, but actually this notion of how could Serbia lead with others to create more of a self-determination approach within the region? As others have said, don't wait for chapters, but let's get our acts together as a region and show our strength in our collective endeavour. What do you think about the idea of a European political community of the Balkans and candidate countries?
Well, firstly, on the whole idea of European political community, I would agree that it's a fantastic idea. And as Stefan said, I think that's the first forum in which We do not participate as students. We participate on an equal footing, and it's important to talk, and it's also important to listen to each other, and sometimes at least to try and hear each other and our concerns. To be perfectly honest, I do not believe that we are heard, or that or that there are people who try to even appreciate or understand what we are actually complaining about and what we are saying, which is also at the end of the day true. I mean, we want to join the club. The club can set its own conditions. And again, I will reiterate, I will emphasize, the conditions that we have right now are deeply unfair. The process is completely unpredictable and with constantly changing goalposts. And again, I deeply disagree. It's not both merit-based and political. It has nothing to do with merit-based. And the case in point, not to mention Serbia, is North Macedonia. What do these people have to do to start their negotiations? They're stuck. And it doesn't matter if they do any of the reforms. It doesn't matter if they change anything in terms of the rule of law. So yes, I know it's always, it's rule of law, it's rule of law. But look at the North Macedonia. These people have, above and beyond they're an example of a country that has secured above and beyond in terms of minority rights, in terms of rule of law. I think more than most of us in terms of also media freedom and so forth and so forth. But they're stuck. So it's not both merit-based and political. It is political. I'll give you another example. Saying, it's, rule of law is a key, and you have to abide by it, and then you can progress. I wish that was the case, but it's not. For Serbia, in terms of election conditions, which is one of the bases of the rule of law and democracy, OSCE ODIHR report on the election conditions in Serbia is basically one of the key issues that we need to fulfill, implement the recommendations to open one cluster. But if you look at the OSCE ODIHR report on the election conditions in Albania, that report is completely irrelevant. They opened all of the clusters without anyone asking them, hey, you have to improve your election conditions because your OSCE ODIHR report is disastrous. So, I mean, stop saying that it's merit-based because it's not. And that's okay, because we want to join the club. You can say, you can start walking on your hands instead of your feet. That's our condition. Okay, we'll do it if we want to join the club. But just stop saying that it's both merit-based and political, because it has nothing to do with merit-based process.
Okay, Anna, what's your final message?
It's okay.
What's your final
message? But let's just start to hear each other in order to build trust.
Anna, thank you very much. And powerful messages as ever, like last year. Let's hope that next year we can welcome you in person again. But you're quite right in the message you're saying. I say this with trepidation, Stefan, because you've only got literally less than 2 minutes.
It's you need to deliver 100% on the merit. You need to deliver 100% on the political conditionality, because at the end the member states vote on the accession treaty. You could call it and approach it whatever you like, okay? But you need to deliver on both, and not 80 or 50%, 100%, okay? Now, I'm taking very seriously not being heard. And I think this is a point, because if each of the candidate countries' politicians looking backwards and looking on and focusing on the problems and issues, yes, then the EU is not listening. But that could change. Why, instead of individually complaining about this or that, why not to change it to a collective positive agenda, like we want to be a part of either discussion on the foreign policy issues, or we want to be collectively part on how the European Union is going to be changed when we will become a member. Then you are going to be heard. I can guarantee. Okay? So 3 very quick points. Creativity, and it's in your hands. Second, as I said, sense of unity. That there's not just a different member state with a different agenda. No, there is one huge bloc, and it has an agenda to discuss and move it forward with the member states. And I hope next year we meet here. There will be someone else sitting here, not me. I know from
it's not true. I wouldn't do that to you. Yeah.
But let's next year talking really about the results of this creative and collective approach. And I beg you again, let's next time to meet under the heading of the Enlargement Summit and not just the Western Balkans. You might not like what I'm going to say, but without the Ukraine, there will not be momentum we have now, and it's up to us to use it. So let's do it together, collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you on the panel. And wow, that was slightly incendiary, and it's interesting, I hope you think. But at least, you spent an hour and a half of your life, which you're not going to get back, right? So I hope it was stimulating, thoughtful, and raised questions in your mind. I'm not going to say any more other than to thank them, because I've eaten 15 minutes into your coffee break. The next session is here, and the coffee is upstairs. Thank you all very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hope you Good afternoon and welcome back. I forgot that I was not supposed to speak before the jingle. So hope you had a good coffee, good conversations. We started off on a good panel talking about the geopolitical importance of enlargement. And now we'll get back really into business, to the core of it, to the core of enlargement. A couple of points from my side. I'm Valbona Zanelia. I'm a senior fellow with Friends of Europe and also senior fellow with the Atlantic Council of the United States. I participated 2 weeks ago at the European Union first ever enlargement forum. And while we have been talking about enlargement in the last decade, I believe that it was more about keeping the process open. This year, we really do have a chance. There is this, window of opportunity. I think, it's a geopolitical window of opportunity with what has happened in the European continent and in the world. I think the doors have opened politically because both the Commission and member states are talking about enlargement seriously. But when it comes to really opening the gates and getting and becoming members of the European Union, I think it's on the candidate countries to do all the necessary reform because it really remains a merit-based process. It is a geopolitical moment that it's pushing the urgency, looking at not just from the technical part, but also from the geopolitical and security perspective. But at the end of the day, it's the reforms that need to be undertaken. Now, yesterday we had a dinner with the speakers, and I wrote down something that I took away from one of the speakers here in this panel. That it was that we should not just talk about enlargement of the Western Balkans as a peace project. I think we are beyond that now. You said that. We should talk about, competitiveness of the European continent. We should talk about the European Union strength in the world together with the Western Balkans. And although we call this the Western Balkans Summit, as you'll see here, we have representatives from Moldova too, so it's much broader, it's about enlargement. Another quick point is that my colleague and friend Ramenda, here you are, you said that, and a lot of people took note of that enlargement is driven by wise men. We have very wise women here that are driving the enlargement process. Great, so in this panel, we will really talk about unlocking investment, driving growth, and boosting resilience. According to the latest Balkan barometer, when people in the Western Balkans are asked what are the main challenges, what are the main concerns in their everyday lives, they do not mention, political issues. They don't mention, security challenges. They don't mention, problems in regional problems in the region. They mention the very first one is weak economic opportunities and job insecurity and the high costs of living. The second is governance issues, high levels of corruption, and lack of trust in institutions. And then for the first time in latest report, brain drain and immigration comes as one of the key concerns that people in the region have. So we have seen, although there has been, quite a lot of, of economic growth in the region, still convergence with the Western European EU countries has remained really very slow. According to data, when you look at purchasing power parities, it's around 40% of that of the European Union, but that's purchasing power parity. If you look at real money, current prices, it's around 13%. And I think what is worrying is that this convergence has not sped up into the last decade. So in this session, I will quickly introduce here the panel members, and I will not go into their bios because you have that all in your agendas. Mr. Robert de Groot, he's the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Mr. Christian Danielsson, the Swedish State Secretary for EU Affairs. Ms. Anka Dragu, the Governor of the National Bank of Moldova. Ms. Irena Radovic, the Governor of the Central Bank of Montenegro. And last but not least, Mr. Andreas Schall, he's the Director for OECD Global Relations and Cooperation, and he's the OECD Sherpa to the G7, G20, and APEC. So what you all have in common, actually, with the exception of Mr. de Groot, but you too, because you're here, the ambassador of the Netherlands. You have worked with European Union institutions. Either you have been here, like Mr. Danielsson has, led also the enlargement process for many countries in the past, or from the candidate countries, you have been involved in the enlargement process on the other side of the table. So let me start with Mr. de Groot. You just came back, I think, a couple of weeks ago from a trip in the region, in the Western Balkans. And we know that the European Investment Bank has been very active in the region, especially, connectivity has been one of the core tenets of the EU EIB's activity in these countries. Can you please tell us what is the main feedback from this trip in the region, but also what are, what is the role that your bank plays also and contributes to the accession process of these countries? You have a microphone here.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you and good morning, everybody. I came back with a lot of enthusiasm because I really felt a change when it comes to the energy and the willingness in the governments across the region to come up with projects, and especially in the area of structural enablers, they really want to push in the coming year. And I represent a bank, the bank owned by the 27 member states, and we finance projects. And projects have to be bankable. And what does bankable mean? We give a loan, and we really like the loan to be paid back with interest rate. That would be really great, because then we can make some money and cover our costs. We are non-profit, but at least that's the business we're in. And it is very difficult to get the projects right and to get projects right which can be financed, which can be executed, and which in a short period of time can really make a difference. And whether it's rail or road or energy or health or education, and we're active in all these fields, it doesn't really matter. But what I felt, coming back to your questions, and that there's a real determination to really get these projects going, and especially the cross-border ones, and I think that's new.
Oh, thank you. You do not only provide financial support, you also provide some technical support, and to increase the capacities in the region when it comes to even adopting the necessary standards to apply for your loans. How do you see that developing in the recent years?
Well, you're right. We are a bit a strange bank because we not only have bankers, but we have many engineers and economists also to get the projects right, for them to be sustainable in the long term. We want to be sure that there is a maintenance for whenever it's road or rail infrastructure. So we have hundreds of engineers also offering technical assistance to all our clients. Whether you're in Germany or in the Western Balkans or elsewhere, this, I think, is one of our great assets. And we do help with setting up the procurement. And we do help with also making sure we get the process right. And our due diligence before we agree to come up with a loan is quite tough and lengthy. But once you've passed this due diligence, I think we are there in the long term. And the projects we do might therefore be a little bit longer before they take place, but the end result is much better.
You have invested from 2009 to 2024 around $11 billion in the region in terms of different infrastructure projects. What were the key challenges that you noticed in the process? What are the top 3 challenges that you see in the region?
Well, the top 3 are all the same, I'm afraid, which is governance and a political willingness on the side of the governments we have to work with, because most of our work in the region is with some sort of government authority. Some of it is with local banks, so let's not, and some of it is with SMEs, which we try to cover through the local banks. But the governments are central to getting the political backing for the different projects. So if you look at one of the corridors, it's the corridor between North Macedonia and Bulgaria, and the signing of a memorandum between the respective transport minister, that is a key change agent. So now we can really work on getting the last kilometers of railroad track between these countries up and running, I hope in the next couple of years. And it's not only about the physical infrastructure, if I may say so, because you can have a train track, but if freight still has to wait for hours and hours and hours at the border, it doesn't really make sense. So it's also about border crossing, making that efficient and fast. It's about digitalization along the track to make sure that you can communicate with each other. So it's about much more than just the physical building of infrastructure.
Well, thank you very much. So this brings me, you mentioned, governance, political will, need for regional cooperation. This brings me to a question for Mr. Christian Danielsson. I think also in this panel, you will kind of wear still 2 hats. You'll talk from the, a member country perspective, how do you see enlargement, but also with your experience that you have been the Director General for Neighbourhood and Enlargement negotiations. I want to ask you some questions from that perspective too. So, are those the same obstacles that you saw when you were driving the process at the European Commission when it comes to the convergence of those countries economically, institutionally, infrastructurally with the European Union?
Yeah, I think a big difference from the period when I was working on this area is the political one. So let me start with that one. My sense is that the issue of the political imperative to get the Western Balkan inside the European Union is much more obvious today. Among the leaders, it's not anymore a question on whether, it's a question on how this is going to be done. And the reason for this is the Russian aggression. The reason for this is also the geopolitical reality. So that's the good side of it, from a perspective of the process of integration and accession of these countries. Now, on the issues that you mentioned, the issues are still there. I, for one, believe that, and I think the Commission has got it right here, I think what is essential, in addition to the work that needs to be done on the basis of own merit to adapt all the various parts of the European legislation, is to get the economy moving. And in order for getting the economy moving, it's the same, or very close to the same issues that we are facing within the European Union. It's about competitiveness, it's about energy, it's about infrastructure, it's about seeing to that the Western Balkan market develops in combination with opening up the possibilities for actors in the Western Balkan to also come into the European market. So these are issues that needs to be worked on in parallel with what is done within the track of the formal negotiations. Let me say one third issue here, which also is part of the challenge. We have just made, or we haven't, but the Confederation of Swedish Industry has just done a little sound out among their, whatever it is, 60,000 members. What are the issues that you think are most important when it comes to the candidate countries more generally, but that includes the Western Balkan? They point to 5. They point to political stability. They point to good governance. They point to rule of law. They point to transparency. And they point to fighting corruption. it sounds that it's very close to what you referred to when it comes to what are the issues
What
that
people feel in
for
the region
people
too.
in Western Balkans. So I mean, that's a good basis for doing things, and that's a good basis, I think, for us who are not part of the citizens or have political responsibility in Western Balkan, to help our friends in Western Balkan to address these issues, because they are essential for this positive economic governance, positive economic development to take place.
Mr. Danielson, how do you make enlargement tangible to people in the region? No, it's still for you.
For me, sorry, once again.
How do you make it tangible? How do you make enlargement tangible?
I think tangible, well, in various ways. One way is to see to that what is being done in terms of the assistance is being something that people see. You see that it's happening. I mean, what Robert referred to of investments in infrastructure, that's happening, that you can see. It's being done. It could be at the local level. If it's done in the area of the social area, don't tell me what it should be, schools. If there are investments being done in that, let's show it. I was a bit struck during my time that some of the Western Balkan countries didn't take up that opportunity to show this is Europe, this is what happens when we go forward in the integration and when we move forward. So that's one element. The other element is economic development. I mean, there must be a link between this integration process and prosperity, not coming when you become member, but coming as a part of this process, that people see that they can remain in a job in one of these countries, that they don't need to leave in order to have a better future. And that is linked to the economy. So I think there is a responsibility both from our side and, of course, primarily from those who have the political responsibility in the countries concerned, to see to that they do what they can to use the various elements that exist in the integration process for driving the economy forward.
So you kind of mentioned the gradual accession process, so we'll come back to that conversation, the growth plan, later. I'd like to go to Ms. Dragu, the governor of the National Bank of Moldova. And Ms. Dragu, you have also experience as a politician in Romania, so you can also look at the comparisons, you know, what happened in Romania in the integration process, on the reforms that needed to be, undertaken from the government, but also, for example, I remember that in the case of Romania, at the very beginning, when you were accessing, the funds, the EU funds, the absorption capacity was around 17% for a 5-time period, and then it started, speeding up quickly. So, what do you see as differences now in Moldova when it comes to this reform process, economic reform process?
Well, this is true that the process of enlargement for the new member states was a little bit longer than we plan now to be. And yes, some countries, including Romania, face this challenge of low absorption. That's exactly the lesson I bring with me in Moldova. And in all discussions I have with banks, I'm asking banks to be sure that they have at any time, day and night, 10 companies in their portfolios that are able to be financed, to get co-financing, and so to be able to attract EU funds. That's a comment, and it was said here about companies to be bankable, that banks would like money to get back. Yes, that's nice feeling. So that's my message is let's make sure that we have bankable companies in the sectors that are eligible for co-financing and for EU funds. Moldova now has growth plan. So, this instrument for the Western Balkans, now it's also for Moldova available, and it's pretty large. The amount is 1.9 billion. It's more than 10% of this year's GDP. As central bank, we contribute with policies to this plan, but also that's my message to the banking sector, that they have to be there to be able to co-finance all the plans. So that's the biggest, I think, lesson that I bring with me and I contribute with.
Mm-hmm. If I look at the candidate countries, actually, the banking sector in most of the countries is one of the most developed compared to the other sectors in the economy. Also for the fact that the foreign banks brought with them not only the money, but that also brought the know-how, the technical expertise, and they developed also the country from that perspective. What is the role of your central bank into pushing this process further and support the government? I know you're an independent institution, but how do you support the government in the implementing the reforms needed for enlargement?
First of all, as central bank, we are also part of the EU accession process. There are 33 chapters of negotiations, and we are active in more than 10 chapters. And on 3 chapters, we are the leading institution, like free movement of capital, financial services, and economic and monetary policy. So we have an active role. We already have people from the central bank here working and getting experience in Brussels in an EPT program. We are very active and helping the process. So yes, central bank is part of the process. We also have, as we were talking before, financing, we have this cooperation with the EIB, with the international financial institutions that are making possible the implementation of a certain process. But more general, I think more than this contribution to negotiation chapters, we have to be there to ensure the macro stability. We contribute through inflation and price stability. Central Bank of Moldova has a wide range of activities, okay, the traditional responsibility on price stability, but also financial stability, supervision of the banking sector, non-bank financial institutions, and the insurance sector. So it's all these sectors are with us, and we have to make sure that the sector is ready and is at the level of EU. And as a result of our activities, it was mentioned yesterday evening, I was so proud to mention that we were accepted into SEPA, the single euro payment area, which is not only a huge step ahead in terms of lower costs, predictability, traceability, faster transactions, but also it's a proof that yes, in terms of legislation and institutions related to AML, CFT and payments, Moldova is aligned to EU standards.
Absolutely, and it shows that if you're implementing reforms, it's a merit base. You get back, gradually these steps. Thank you. So, Ms. Radovic, I'd like to really start with this, also with this point regarding SEPA. Also, Montenegro achieved this result, and I think since October, it's part of the SEPA system. Let me say something, maybe not diplomatic. Are we putting at the ATMs in the countries that have adopted SEPA? Are we putting maybe they're brought to you by the European Union?
Oh, yes, indeed. Why? Because these reforms are very tangible. When Christian Danielson was talking about building schools and hospitals and improving infrastructure, that is one side of the coin. But what is more important is what you feel as a citizen and what you feel as a company. And I'll be very, very practical in describing it. Until Montenegro, as the first candidate country to fulfill criteria to join the single euro payment area already in June 2024, until Montenegro joined SEPA and had its first transactions, do you know what the level of cost of transaction towards the 40 countries that make the single euro payment area was? 73.4 euros. Do you know what it is today for up to 20,000 euros? 199, which means 37 times less, which means that already in terms of direct effects in the first month, which is the month behind us, we had over 1.5 million back in the pockets of our citizens. And it means that in a year's time, when we measure the effects based on very conservative modeling done by the central bank, you will have, based on implementation of single euro payment area and fast payments as part of European TIPS, you will have gains in the economy which amount to 2.3% of GDP, which means such a sizable chunk of liquidity remaining in the economy on top of increased competitiveness and safety, which is again significant boost for the economy, for small and medium enterprises, for innovators, for those who want to do their businesses across 40 jurisdictions without obstacles. And I want to use this opportunity to send another message. This morning we talked about, and we heard from candidate countries, quite a lot of skepticism and pessimism. Well, I want to say that as somebody who is coming from the country which is negotiating the longest.
And you have been part of that negotiation process.
I have been part from the negotiation process and from the EU accession process from the moment when Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe was created. So since 2000, I was leading the table on economic agenda of the Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe, which was the first pledge of accession, followed by Thessaloniki. And I have to say that it is difficult. The process is technically cumbersome. Yes, in 2010, when we became the candidate country, it was difficult to open accession negotiations. You needed to do a lot of not only technical work, but also lots of work with member states. Then you had a standstill, which lasted pretty much 15 years. But then we never gave up, and we looked with optimism. And we did something which is very relevant. We showed that we are a credible partner, the partner which remained 100% committed to common foreign and security policy since 2007, country which is a member of NATO, and country which is working very diligently. I mean, the very ambitious Prime Minister and fantastic negotiation structure, all segments of society, including the central bank, adding real fuel to the process and making sure that we reach the moving targets very promptly. And when I say very promptly, what we do in Montenegro nowadays is actually that we don't waste time. We don't have the luxury of wasting time. We cannot accommodate requests post festum. What we do now is that we run against the moving targets and try to be quicker than EU member states. So for a central bank governor as me, when we have the package, new banking package, let's say capital requirements regulation and Directive 6, we implemented 6 months ahead of the deadline for enforcement in the European Union so that we can allow for sufficient time to the Commission to appraise it and to allow Montenegro to close the chapters. And again, with the anticipation of closure of significant part of economic chapters by the end of the year, additional 5 chapters, I remain convinced, and here I'm going to draw a link to your introduction. Your colleague this morning said the enlargement process was designed and is driven by men. I have to give full confidence to 2 fantastic women who are driving the process on the side of Brussels.
Yeah.
I believe that President von der Leyen and Commissioner Costa are doing a splendid job, and I believe that nobody can not acknowledge really fantastic devotion, commitment, ambition of Gert-Jan Koopman, who is making everything even more creative. So I would like to say that we need to be conscientious that in the world of geopolitical uncertainty, geopolitical changes and shifts, geoeconomic fragmentation, what you said in the introduction and what a fantastic member of the audience said this morning during the first panel, we need to look at Europe strategically. We need to look at Europe's political and economic role, and political influence actually stems from economics. So if we are not economically competitive and if we are losing our competitiveness and our weight in the global circles, I believe that enlargement is a significant part of the solution to the current problem and something which will add additional value. And I believe that already with Montenegro, Moldova, North Macedonia and Albania being integrated in single Euro payment area, with Serbia expected to join in May of this year, and awaiting also Kosovo and Bosnia, who have delivered reforms and who are also, in terms of central bankers, doing a splendid job. I believe that the EU, reinforced by additional 20 million people, and with reinforcements which will come with Ukraine and other candidates, we're talking about addition to the single market, which is 60 million, which offers huge potential, whilst we need to, what Stefan Führer said this morning and what Christian also said, work in parallel in sort of creating conditions and being very
and showing those results in a tangible way to
and
citizens.
optimistic about it.
Absolutely. That's a great point. We should have concluded the panel here, but we still have time to go. So one of the speakers, Irena, yesterday, one of the speakers over dinner, mentioned an idea, could be an interesting idea, that perhaps the countries in the Balkans could adopt the euro unilaterally. And Montenegro has already done that a long time ago. How difficult is that for you as a governor of the central bank to manage the situation?
I believe for me as governor of the central bank and for Montenegrin economy, this has been an advantage. I will recall the times which are still vivid in my memory when Montenegro, during the dissolution of former Yugoslavia and wars raging all around us, was actually experiencing everything everybody else was among the countries of the Western Balkans. Hyperinflation of 324% over 3 years, which meant doubling the prices on a daily basis. Again, instability, turmoil politically, and I believe that the decision in the 90s to replace the Yugoslav dinar with the German mark, at that time in cooperation with the Bundesbank, was actually a very wise decision which brought benefits to the Montenegrin economy. And clearly, in 1999, it became the only tender and the sole legal tender. And from 2002, when the euro started circulating in Germany, it started as a consequence circulating in Montenegro. So what I want to say is that in terms of development of Montenegro, euro contributed significantly. Today, you mentioned that enlargement countries from the Western Balkans, in terms of convergence with the EU income per capita, are between 30 to 40%. Well, I will make a tiny correction. Montenegro.
That was an average, so maybe Montenegro is the high one there 50. In the list.
Montenegro is above 50, and with the reforms implemented only by the central bank, I'm talking about SEPA and TIPS, we are seeing, based on very conservative modeling, shift by 11 percentage points up.
That's good.
And I want to say that this was a set of circumstances, but it's not something that is approved by the European Commission and by the ECB. And I believe that one needs to be very careful of not toying with the ideas which are not in line with the treaty provisions.
Exactly.
When Montenegro adopted the euro, it was way before Montenegro became a candidate, way before euro was introduced. But then again, today, it doesn't make things...
So other countries don't do that unilaterally.
Well, I just want to say that Montenegro is not looking for shortcuts, and I believe that the process of acceding to the Eurozone will be the process which will be designed by the member states, the Commission and the ECB, and Montenegro will definitely deliver on it. I'm very happy that the Central Bank
a lot of lessons learned there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Schall, you are responsible, as I mentioned in the introduction, for OECD's global relations for about 100 countries. And so I'd like to start with the question, what do you see different in the region, in the Western Balkans, in Moldova, Ukraine, from the rest of the countries that you're responsible for when it comes to the investment environment? I know that the OECD has a long-standing cooperation with the region, and also recently, and I will highly recommend it to everyone to read. It's very good, well done, very interesting. Also in terms of comparisons between countries, the economic convergence scoreboard, which is in the framework of the Berlin process.
Yeah, thanks so much, Walbena. We have the philosophy in the OECD that if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. And if you don't measure it, you will not manage it. That's why we have developed this scoreboard. And I have to say, what you said in the beginning about bringing competitiveness, bringing the economy back to front and center, and what Christian and Irina just said about also linking this question about the economy and competitiveness. It's not competitiveness for the sake of competitiveness, but it's competitiveness for the people in the countries in the region. And that's why we have developed this scoreboard, which precisely tries to answer the questions. Are the convergence policies conducive to a better life for the people in the countries? And this is basically also an answer for the legitimacy of convergence policy, of enlargement policies, to think about how we are bringing the people with us on board. You ask me, how is this different from other parts of the world?
And also over time, what you have noticed in terms of trends over time.
Yeah, I believe, I mean, what's amazing, I mean, let me zoom in, for example, in one of the indicators. We have five clusters and 35 indicators, business environment, digital, greening, skills for the people. And let me zoom in one, business environment and investment. I mean, it's amazing to see how vibrant this region is in terms of attracting foreign direct investment. I think it's 6.4% of GDP over the last 4 years. Compared, this is higher than EU average. We see that there's a lot of foreign direct investment coming into the countries, but at the same time, and we see that, you know, tax breaks, all the incentives are working so that there are good policies in place, but at the same time, all this investment coming in is not necessarily going into productive or into export-oriented, into high-value-added investments. So in many countries, as in Kosovo, for example, 2/3 of these investments go into real estate investments. So the question is, how can we change this, and what are the reasons? And I think here the region is different from other countries, from other regions, because we have the opportunity to change this by addressing some of the bottlenecks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You mentioned that foreign direct investment in the region is increasing recently, 6.4% of the GDPs of the countries. But I mean, we have to accept that the GDPs are very low, so that means that FDI is very low. According to some statistics, the entire region attracts less than 0.6% totally of FDI, when it is so strategically located close to the European Union, which is the biggest investor in the global economy with more than 35% of global FDI, and it's also the biggest receiver of foreign direct investment. So why? Why aren't companies investing in an area that is so close to them strategically? What are the reasons that we're not seeing those real good investments that create agglomeration effects and also crowd in more private domestic investment?
I mean, I think there are a variety of reasons for that. First, access to finance and high borrowing costs. And I mean, there are people more qualified on the panel than me to speak about it, but domestic credit to the private sector remains low, about 47% of GDP compared to EU average of 86%. This restricts firms' ability to expand, modernize equipment, upgrade technology. Second, we also believe that the huge presence of the informal economy is one of the reasons which hamper further the effects of foreign direct investment. In all Western Balkan economies except Serbia, informality exceeds 30% of GDP, which is compared to an EU average of 23%, so this is relatively high. We still have a large footprint of state-owned enterprise with all the governance issues around them, so this is another avenue which could be tackled. And then there are continued administrative barriers. Regulatory reform is something we advise as OECD to all the countries in the region.
If you were king for one day, what would you tackle first?
Good question. I think maybe one of the issues which I have not mentioned is education reform. So I think, talking about making a difference for the people, and at the end of the day, there was the gentleman who said when he was a young man, he believed in EU accession of his countries. And at the end of the day, who will be the generation which is aged 15 or 20, who will be in an age, driving the economy when accession of some countries in the region will finally happen. So I believe investing in the young generation is very important. And here again, we see, for example, that in our PISA, this assessment we are doing with 15-year-old students, we see that 80% is underperforming in at least one proficiency, meaning in mathematics or in reading or in writing, compared to 45% in the OECD average. So this means, if you don't tackle the education bit of the coin, and if you don't invest in the skills, not to speak about the skills needed for the digital and green transition we are in, then we may lose a generation who thinks, what's in there for me, if they're not part of the journey. And I think skills and education is probably the one which I would attack with priority.
Well, thank you very much. And actually, I'd like to, just on this point, I'd like to go back to both Irena and also Anka when it comes to a lot of, according to surveys from foreign investors, they actually mention this gap that exists in the region, a lack of skilled labor force. Are we doing enough? Are your countries doing enough to address this big challenge?
I believe that when it comes to Montenegro, that actually we are doing pretty much the most across the region in terms of addressing this challenge. Our Ministry of Education is absolutely the front runner on using the pre-accession funds across the board, especially in the innovation segment, which is for our economy or for all economies of the Western Balkans, one of the key levers of transition, both digital and transition towards high level of economic convergence. But what I will agree with Andreas is that truly curricula need to evolve. Again, as we deploy European and align fully with European standards across the board, again, as the markets of member states are opened, we have significant brain drain in a number of areas with open invitations from member states to doctors, nurses, engineers, IT experts. And this is something that will become even more accentuated as we approach the date of accession. It was the case with Croatia, it is the case now with Montenegro, and now it's going to result in the similar trend in other countries of the Western Balkans. So what I believe truly is that, again, the fact that we have proximity to the region, proximity to the European Union, fairly solid pool of youth, young and skilled force, and again, digital exponential rise when it comes to the potential within these economies. I believe that we need to join hands and we need to develop projects which will essentially serve to the whole union, but then have the regional provenience and stay in the region. I want to say that ultimately for convergence and for appeal to the foreign investors, it really matters not only again, the quality of business environment, but the fact whether one can have full safety. And the moment when you have the EU acquis fully transposed in the economic domain, and the Central Bank of Montenegro has transposed the acquis 100% already 2 years ago in the domain of banking, payments, AML, CFT, where the integrity of financial markets really matter. That is the moment when you start attracting plausible, credible investors who have a long-term perspective and who wish to contribute strongly to the development. This is the underlying segment which ultimately is pretty much symptomatic of all the countries of the Western Balkans.
Well, thank you. Anka, please. So we know that I mean, at least leaders in these countries are talking about the danger or the challenge that they see from young people leaving the countries and the immigration. But it's an analysis which is pull and push factors. Of course, you cannot stop the pull factors, but at least you can reduce the push factors, things that push people away to leave their countries. What is Moldova doing from that perspective? And also, what is Moldova doing to start initiatives that push for brain circulation? Because not necessarily immigration is bad. When they come back, they come with knowledge, they come with money, they come with new ideas, and with new mentality, which is crucial for development.
Yeah, that's right. They come back with money, with entrepreneurship skills, and with good examples and governance, and they contribute building their communities and strengthening and growing their communities. And what we do at the central bank, yes, the brain drain is a phenomenon, but it's lesser than in previous years when the profile was a little bit different. We at the central bank, we are very working closely with universities. We have internship for students, we have mentorship programs. I was so happy this summer. We had 30 students originally from Moldova who came in our internship, and they were studying all over the world, mainly in Europe. And unfortunately, in our legislation, we cannot pay the internship. But for next year, I promise I'll change the legislation and we'll make it possible to also, yeah. Yeah, that's sad. So we do have this very good cooperation and programs. We have a special program for female leadership in finance, and we do try to attract people to be close to us. Also, we have financial education programs and a financial inclusion strategy that we work on, and we hope by mid next year to have it approved and starting to implement and to monitor the indicators. Yeah, that's an issue. Let's face it. Let's find solutions. And by the way, about investments, we are very happy that this year we attracted a big investor from Austria in the insurance sector. Moldova is between Romania and Ukraine, so we have the war at the border. However, we had a big investment from one of the largest insurance companies in Europe and probably in the world. And that, for me, was a very good example that we, as regulators, we do a good job. And people see the perspective of the country and of financial markets and our country in general.
Okay, you mentioned a good point on women financing also more women, because that's the missing part in the economy. So I'd like maybe do you want to say something right now on that, or?
Yes, thank you.
And then
this is one segment which is very relevant for Montenegrin economies of the Western Balkans. In our economies, women participate by 40 to 50% in labor force. And which is not the case with the men who are at the level of the European Union, which is at the level of 75% of the labor force. So closing this gap in terms of female participation in the labor market would actually bring the rise in growth by 30% if the gap is closed over a decade. And we, as the central bank, are doing a lot in this domain. We are working very closely with the IFIs on We Finance Code, which is looking to unlock the potential for female entrepreneurs in Montenegro. And then there's another thing. Montenegro was the first country to transpose the directive on equal representation or more balanced representations in boards of public and private large companies. And I'm very proud of that. And I'm very proud that the Central Bank of Montenegro is actually this year having in the pipeline the third cohort of women from all walks of economic life who are trained to take their positions as of June 2026, which is the date from which the directive will be implemented in full in all EU member states, so that we can actually reduce this gap, which is currently present of women in entire region being below 10% represented in leadership position on economic decision making. And I believe that with these developments and with inclusion of women, but also youth, and making sure that there's a lot more devoted by the national authorities across the Western Balkans to inclusion, that economies can actually rely on untapped potential and on additional growth. And I believe that, and I know, given that I had a fantastic collaboration with the European Investment Bank on this project in my previous jobs, I believe that in this domain we will have very measurable and very good results to showcase already in 2026.
Thank you so much. And I would like to ask you, Andres, when it comes to really one of the challenges that we see in the region, which is young people in need, so not in employment, not in education or training. How does that affect? What is your findings also based on a scoreboard when it comes to the countries we're talking about here?
Yeah, allow me first to react also to Irina, because it's really very important. I think the question about the labor force gap for women, the participation gap for women, is a very important one. And I would even say it's almost a low-hanging fruit, because politically it's not so difficult to bring more people into the labor market. You can do this also by reinforcing programs to foster female entrepreneurship, which you also mentioned. There's also the question, how can you bring more girls into science, into the STEM science, technology, engineering, mathematics? How can you really kind of make sure that you have equal opportunities between men and women in all this also more technical but more economy driving position? And this will then also help to bring more women into leadership position. And this is brings me to the next point, or to the question. We need to, and you asked about the need, the not in employment people. You really need to start at an early stage. I mean, even with early childcare, then in the kindergarten, you need to change the role models, and giving already the children kind of a sense of early childhood education. Reform the curricula in school, bringing more girls into this field of science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So there are a number of things you can do. You will not see the fruits immediately, but the day after tomorrow, next month, next year, in a couple of years, you're changing societies. And this is something why the OECD is engaged also in these countries, because I mean, I'm not saying that all OECD countries have made all policy layers right, but we have some experiences what worked in which countries, in particular, in kind of changing societies, promoting more equal societies. At the moment, of course, some of our members are also moving a bit backwards, but nevertheless, I mean, there's a plenty of policy knowledge how you can change things.
Robert, let's go back to money, finances. That's what's needed for development in the region. So when we talked a little bit about, infrastructure, technical capacity, so capacity building, one of the topics that's being discussed nowadays and how the region can support European competitiveness is with supporting in securing supply chains, critical minerals. And there are some studies out there. I believe that there's some big study that's going to be published soon. The region is rich in critical raw materials. How do you see that connection? Will the bank, in collaboration with other partners, support the development of those industries?
Well, it comes back to what you started off with. If we as Europe want to be more competitive, and competitiveness means that we can compete with others from outside Europe, if we want to be more resilient to outside shocks, sometimes with a geopolitical background, and that means critical raw materials, the issue you just mentioned. And if we want to be more autonomous when it comes to our own supply chain, we certainly have to act. And let's just look at the communications the Commission came out with yesterday and will come out with 1 week from now on these issues. It's quite clear that we as Europe have to be less naive and move forward on the issue. And certainly the European Investment Bank, with the support of the Commission, I must say, especially in the field of critical raw materials, we are open to do projects both inside the European Union, and there was a big announcement in the papers this morning about Vulcan in Germany, which really got an immense amount of finance out of the market when it comes to lithium, but also close to the European Union. And let's not forget further away with partners like Australia and Canada. So certainly one of our priorities.
So how do we convince the banks? How do we convince companies that this region is very important also for the good of the competitiveness of the EU?
Well, it's quite clear. You talked about the foreign direct investment. You talked about the market monitor. The elements which we have to improve are quite clear. So that's first and foremost governance inside these countries. And secondly, the education has been mentioned, the brain drain has been mentioned, but let's also look at the quality of the infrastructure and the physical one, which has to do first and foremost with energy prices. That's a very important one, and we have seen lately that the supply of energy to the region coming from Russia is going to go down substantially, so we need alternatives. That means the energy backbone in the region also requires investments. We want to get out of fossil fuels. We want to modernize energy which comes from coal, which we as a bank are, by the way, doing, for example, in Kosovo. So I think we need quite some investments there, which require long-term engagement. And for that, you need to blend finance. And blending finance means grants from the European Commission, secondly, loans from international financial institutions. But that, in turn, I think will also, in the end, attract commercial banks, pension funds, and insurers.
Well, thank you for that point, because that was what I was going to ask you next. So we know that, I mean, the region is a small market, and some of the investment, even infrastructure or this big industrial investment, the return on investment might not be short or medium term. It might take, in some cases, hundreds of years for an infrastructure project to be returned because of the small market. So how many of those investments need to be geopolitical, to be geostrategic? Because we know that if EIB will not go there, or other, IMF, World Bank, other, European banks, there might be some banks from Asia that see that as a geopolitical, geopolitical interest to set foothold in a region that is so close to Europe and tomorrow will be part of the European Union. So how do you win in this competitiveness?
Well, payback of a couple of hundred of years, I don't think we should invest in that, because.
But this is the reality in some countries.
The thing we do, which commercial banks don't do, is that we have long tenors.
Yes.
So we can go up to 30 years. I think that's already very important when it comes to infrastructure projects, rail, and road. So that's one thing. Secondly, we have seen some experiences with very, very low interest carrying loans from countries outside the EU in the regions. But we've also seen some governments deciding, no, this is not the way we want to go, and coming back to other means of financing. So I think when you really are thinking about sustainability of your projects, about market prices, what is normal in the market. It also comes down to procurement and who is entering the procurement for rail and road. I mentioned them again. So there are also examples where there are bidders from outside the EU with prices which are just unbelievable and therefore way from the normal market price. So I think procurement procedures today, and also with the communication by the Commission in that areas and the support we get from the Commission, but also from the governments in the region, we are now on a much more stable path to look not only at the pricing, but also at the quality of what they will deliver. So I'm pretty optimistic and confident that we have now come to the right track. The one thing we still have to do is to convince European firms to participate in these tender procedures. And then I come back to what you said about the small markets. If we do a very small infrastructural project in one of the countries, is it worthwhile for the big global construction companies operating from inside Europe to bring all their stuff to one particular place for a small project? And that's why the cross-border projects are so important, because it allows to come up with bigger numbers, and then it becomes interesting for the hochtiefs of this world to also put in a bid.
Well, thank you. I think you mentioned all in your points, both how to converge, how to coordinate with grants, EIB, private investors, and see that also from the regional perspective, not just country perspective. Before we start with the questions from the audience, I'd like to go to Mr. Danielson. And so when we talk about enlargement, and we asked your first question from a Commission perspective, how you see, we talked about the gradual accession, the growth plan. Now, how much work needs to be done with the member states, with the governments and people in those member states? Because at the end of the day, we can talk about the technical process of the merit-based, but it will be a political decision to accept those countries in the European family.
No, you're right. That's true. And that has been true for every enlargement.
Exactly.
If we would have been sitting here in 1983, we would have asked the same question. And it just happened so that the country I work for, we joined in 1994 or 95, and I can tell you that the same question came up in 92, 93, and it was not given. It's going to be a challenge. I think, as before, I firmly believe that any enlargement is going to be in parallel followed by a reflection on what needs to be done at the EU level. And we had it with the big enlargement, Nice Treaty, etc. We don't need to do all that, but there are issues that will come up. So that kind of discussion needs to come in parallel. And I think there is nothing, on the contrary, it's in my view, it is reinforcing each other, widening and deepening. It's gone together all through the process of the EU. This time it will probably be a bit more challenging, but it will be of that kind. So I think we look very much forward to starting that discussion in parallel with the accession process, and see to that we are a fit EU that welcomes the countries that join. That what it would imply, I suppose, there will be similar issues like last time. It will be issues about when individual or the countries who are joining, when they are going fully into the various policy areas, so transition arrangements. There will be issues raised about policy areas that needs to be strengthened. There will be, before accession, issues raised about gradual integration. So all those issues will need to come up. And then you have the question you raised about convincing the citizens of the EU member states. I think if we would have gone out with an opinion poll in 1993 in several of the EU member states and asked whether they would like to see Sweden, Finland, Austria, and Norway that wanted to join, I think you would have a fairly interesting result. I don't think it would be a unanimous hooray. And if we would have done that in 1998 and said, what about 12 new member states? I think there would not be a unanimous hooray. So I don't think we should think so much about this right now. But what we should do, and that's a political responsibility for us who are in politics, we should talk about this. And we should point to that this is one of the important challenges for Europe in the coming years. Together with seeing to that Ukraine can fight Russia, together with seeing to that we are strong enough when it comes to our resilience and defense, it is enlargement because it's part of it, part and parcel, and it's something that is called for. Just once, a final remark. It tends to be so that we are discussing enlargement from the technical side. We have had a good discussion now on the need for the economy to grow. I think we have it's a fairly simple issue. EU has a choice. Either it goes fully into this, and I've had the sense that we are doing that right now, and we will put it like this, export the kind of stability that we stand for the benefit of the EU and for the benefit of the candidate countries. Or we will not. And then I see a risk that we will end up importing instability. I think that is a political reality that needs to be taken into this kind of discussion that we are having in a broader sense.
Yeah, well, great points. I'll just like to follow up. Do we in the member states, do we remember how to talk to people about enlargement? Because it's been the largest non-enlargement period. It's been how many years since 2013? Yeah. I think it's the largest non-enlargement period in the European Union. And based on a report and a polling of the European Commission, it looks like there's a positive perception on enlargement. 56% of people across the EU are in favor of enlargement, so we should use that window of opportunity. But then 67% of people don't know much about enlargement. No. And so how do we tackle that? How do we talk? Because enlargement is not just technical, as you said, it's also emotions. So how do we talk to the emotions of people?
Like you so brilliantly have done today. No, but I think this kind of discussion, but it is also, in politics, you come to the issue when you need to come to the issue, and that's a bit unfortunate. So it's difficult, I think, to steer up a discussion about enlargement from that angle. But I think, generally speaking, having it when we talk about the Europe and the politics of Europe, this is part of it. And I think you see it also in the way that the European Council functions. It is on the agenda. When we talk about supporting Ukraine or supporting Moldova, or what is going to happen now in December when it comes to enlargement more generally, this issue is there and is a bit being discussed. But I think you will come into this more prominently when Montenegro has ended its negotiations. Then it becomes clear. Now we need to discuss this. So I think it will come in that way. In terms of the arguments, I think there are three arguments, strong arguments. One argument is the geopolitical one. We have discussed it and you have discussed it. And the aggression towards Ukraine make it adamantly clear. I think you mentioned about others interested in investing in the Western Balkans. I would take that a little bit like a geopolitical argument as well. If we are not there, somebody else will be there. That's one thing. I think the economic argument is very strong. We talk about a small market. It's 20 million in Western Balkans. It's not so small. And if you 17. Oh, they're leaving. I know. There is also, if you look on the World Bank studies, now that goes back to 2014. The potential growth of this country, and you mentioned yesterday, it could be double digit. It could be double digit. So rightly framed political steps taken by the countries concerned with the support of us could lead to a good economic effect, which is good for the workers at Volvo in Sweden, or for that sake, entrepreneurs who are going down and building bridges in the Western Balkans. The third argument is the challenges we have in front of us. When we talk migration, we talk a bit about Western Balkans as well. When we talk about fighting terrorism, we do that together. Exactly. When it comes to climate change, Robert mentioned it, coming out of the fossil dependence, that's very dependent in the Western Balkans. We will do it together. So we have a very strong interest of doing this together also from that angle.
Thank you so much. We will open it we have about 10 minutes to take some questions from the audience. Please raise your hands. But before, I would like to start with one of the participants in the audience, Mr. Tim Lardner. He is the UN OEPS Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia. And I'd like to start with you with asking a question when it comes to the region. So you are involved with many regional portfolios and international partnerships in the region. Based on the conversations that you heard from the panel, what will be your suggestions in terms of what can be done in the Western Balkans and Moldova and Ukraine? We don't have a representative here, but we're talking all about the accession countries, to improve governance, cooperation with international financial institutions, and also a very important point that we were mentioning here, the Western Balkans needs to be part of the solutions, meaning that how can it support the green and digital transition also in Europe?
No, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and it's been a fascinating conversation. I think we're living in unprecedented times, and I think you mentioned, Valbena, the window of opportunity is there, or the door of opportunity is there, and we need to take that opportunity. We need to walk through that door. And I think it's very clear we're stronger together, and this needs to be the way forward. Christian gave me a very inspiring comment right at the beginning. He said, it's not whether we move forward on this to strengthen, it's how. And I think for me, that is the question. And the conversations all came forward very well. So we, in the United Nations, have been working for 20 years in the region. We're present in all of the Western Balkan states. And what I found very interesting is, I visited 7 times in the last year, since the beginning of the year. And I'm looking at the projects that we're delivering and drawing this from the conversation that's going on. And this is granular, this is tangible, but we're working with EIB support in Montenegro to make you king for the day, to look at educational reform, to look at how that system can be improved. And that is a tangible result on that. This week, we've signed an agreement with the European Union to look at borders in Serbia, to look at strengthening those borders, to look at how we can open but strengthen those borders around Serbian countries. So all of these relatively small projects move forward to help these states move forward. Now, I measure things, I work for the United Nations, so I measure things in SDGs, I measure things in terms of impact on people, impact on communities and individuals. Irina, you talked about political influence coming from economic success, and of course, you need political influence to move forward, but it's the other way around. You don't get that political influence without the economic success. But that economic success is going to bring that quality of life to the individuals. And it was talked about the survey that's been done, how people feel, and that it's a good basis for doing things. And the points that came out of that, social cohesion, local development, environment, governance, digital transformation, connectivity, all of these have tangible outputs. All of these improve quality of life for individuals steadily and slowly. So for me, that's the investment. You need to be focusing. We need to be focusing on investment in those areas. And all of those areas will bring that cohesion, will bring that political influence. But for me, that also, ticks the SDGs. It ticks the quality of life. It ticks the improvement in individuals' life and quality, and is going to keep people in the Western Balkans rather than moving to elsewhere. So all of these conversations, I think, were incredibly important to hear. And I guess, the only generic question, and I don't think we'll get an answer now, but, not whether, but how. So the question is how. I think I see a lot of tangible projects, but clearly it's much bigger than that. Thank you so much, and thank you to the panel.
Well, thank you for your comments on the work that you're doing in the region. So we'll do this. We'll collect maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go for the final round with our panelists. Please. In the back, gentleman in the back.
Radu Laghea, civil society. Why not return to conditionality? Romania and Bulgaria, when they entered into EU, there was a mechanism of cooperation and verification mechanism. Part of the cheesy side of it, of the nice part, was money. The World Bank gave a loan, the biggest in the World Bank history, to reform justice. There were $180 million and many projects. The political class didn't want it. When I took it over, it was 0.1% disbursement. I managed to finalize it, not myself. Many people that dedicated their life to it. It was very, very difficult. It included including negotiation in Washington, because people look at me and say, unlocking investment, driving road, boosting resilience. Singapore, why not go to Rwanda? They are doing great things in terms of development. But I said, no, I want liberal value, I want democracy. Why go to Singapore?
the darling of development and the darling of autocracy, or Rwanda, which is great in development now, but no democracy. So my opinion is, why not return to conditionality? Why not go to stronger conditionality and build up for the people inside the region that want change and European values? Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, please? Lady there.
Lydia Prokic, Transparency International. I have a question for Mr. De Groot, and I think also for Mrs. Radovic, but also welcome other comments. So it's about the trend that we are already noticing for a number of years, where governments in the Western Balkans are engaging in direct negotiations of high-value investment projects, and this involves often governments or companies from non-European markets. This often comes, or always comes, with circumvention of existing public procurement rules and of transparency rules. And we see examples across the region, from railroad in Serbia and including Novi Sad train station, from Ulcin Beach in Montenegro, and also the investment projects of Mr. Kushner in Albania and in Serbia. So in that context, how is the EU trying to address this, and how can we help unlock investment against this trend?
Thank you. Last question there. Okay, we'll take.
Hi, Nicole Farnsworth from the Kosovo Women's Network and the Gender Budget Watchdog Network. For us, it's very important also to integrate gender-responsive budgeting in the investments that are going on, and we're concerningly hearing that there is some backlash against that language here in the EU these days, a fear of the word gender budgeting or gender equality. But it is, of course, a commitment of the European Union, and we would like to see it followed through. And to unpack that loaded term, gender budgeting is really just looking and analyzing first and foremost what are the problems, why people aren't participating in the labor force, and then making objectives and indicators that we actually see progress. So it's just good project planning to ensure that we deliver on results. And in that sense, we know, and it's said here today, and I'm so thankful for that, that we must focus on getting women in the labor force. In Kosovo, only 2 in 10 women are currently in the labor force. It's the worst in the Western Balkans, but it's bad throughout the Western Balkans. If we really want to see growth, then we need to get women there. So we need to ask, why aren't they there? And that's what we've been doing through our regional networks of civil society with EU support. And we know the 3 main causes. Plenty of research tells us what are the 3 main causes. One is the lack of childcare availability. Some of our prior research shows in Kosovo alone, it could create more than 3,000 new jobs by transforming currently unpaid work into paid work. So this isn't just childcare. We can talk about elderly care, care for the ill, care for persons with disabilities. If we were to actually pay for these roles, it would put a lot of women and men into the labor force, and it would also contribute to their pensions and taxes. And that brings me to the second topic, which is informality. I'd like to hear more on what is, okay, that also really needs to be addressed. We know that 42% of people in Kosovo are involved in informality, and 65% of them are women. So again, transforming those unpaid jobs into paid jobs would contribute a lot to growth. And then the third topic is transportation. Our new research shows that if we could just get public transportation, which also has climate implications, available across the region, we could also enable a lot more women to go to education, employment, and political participation. So my question then is, how are you integrating gender-responsive budgeting, that is, proper analysis, proper objective setting, into these investments? Thank you.
You responded to some of that, what needs to be done. Please, last question.
Maybe I try without the microphone. So my question is a bit complementary to your point. So I think I'm Petrica Dulgheru from the Roma Foundation for Europe. And I think my comment was somewhat linked to the previous question, that growth in many of these countries need to happen not when you go for the peaks, for the large companies, but really for the very small entrepreneurs, and especially for those that come from vulnerable communities like the Roma. And my question is there any sort of strategy that you have to integrate more these people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have three main topics. The first one is conditionality in the accession process. The second one, which is related to the first one, I believe, it's the transparency and procurement rules and what are the geopolitical and economic consequences of some of the investment we're seeing in the region. And then the third one, we could summing up with being really, inclusion in the development model, in the growth model. So we'll start with you, Mr. Danielson, and maybe, responding, picking one of these questions or all of three, and then giving the final thought on this panel.
Yeah, let me start with the final thought. I think it was a very good panel. And you talked about how we can get this issue out and being discussed. I suppose all of us has a responsibility to see to that we discuss this at the kitchen table, that we do it at the workplace, and that we bring it up with friends and in other formats. Now, so that I think is my conclusion of what we have done today. Now, I comment on all of them, but on the conditionality, I think it's essential. My own experience when I came in 2013 on this was to invent this whole idea of fundamentals, namely to see to that those needs to be in place before we conclude the negotiations. Now, the reason for that was mentioned by the gentleman towards the back, experience of the previous enlargement. And I think that's absolutely essential, also not only for the country being able to take on all the responsibilities, but also the benefits of the EU, but also essential for the investments that needs to come in. And so I think that is indeed there, and I'm sure that this is on the minds of the Commission. I can assure you that from a Swedish point of view, this is absolutely essential.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, I spoke a lot about inclusion of women in the labor market, in entrepreneurship, in education, and also about the young generation. So just 3 points in terms of recommendation. Invest in childcare, invest in early childhood education, and invest in education reform. So this would be my take on the inclusion bit. Adjust the tax system to have really equal participation. But I want to answer a question which was actually not asked, and because I was thrilled by what Christian was saying about EU enlargement and changing the narrative or go back, why it's important. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to go back to the question that enlargement makes the EU a stronger institution, a stronger place. And this is something, I'll give you an example. We at the OECD, we are currently in enlargement process with Romania, Bulgaria, and Croatia in Europe, with Brazil, Argentina, and Peru in South America, and with Indonesia and Thailand in Southeast Asia. And we are convinced that this enlargement process makes this a stronger OECD. And this is something we need to kind of bring back to the discourse, because sometimes when I hear about, in my country, I hear conversations about EU enlargement, I hear some defensive voices and kind of, oh, this makes the world a more complicated place. But it makes the EU a stronger place, and this is something we need to bring back to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Andreas and Christian have said it, and I will just say that I'm absolutely convinced that economic benefits are a win-win for both the candidate countries and the European Union, and the global economic standing of the European Union needs to be reinforced. And I believe that with all the projects which are ongoing in terms of solidifying and completing the banking union, capital markets union, savings and investments union, with the early accession of the candidate countries, which is underway, we are actually becoming part of all these projects and all these programs, and we are giving also something in return for the stability, safety, and transparency which we are getting through the EU frameworks which are transposed in the candidate countries. On procurement processes, on different geopolitical players active in candidate countries, yes, we've seen that since 2011, when Croatia was the last one to complete accession negotiations, I will quote former Commissioner Fiule, he said the switch for, master switch for enlargement was switched off, when we've seen the penetration of geopolitical actors which were never in the region before. And over time, in some countries, they got through strong economic clouds. They also got strong political influence. That is true. But at the same time, today it's reflected in how the general population observes the EU accession process. And today we have countries like Montenegro that have 80+% of popular support for EU accession, countries like Albania and Kosovo, which have over 90, but we also have countries where the level of popular support is barely above 30%. And this is something which is directly connected to economics, to economic presence of different geopolitical actors, and to the fact that we need to work on both sides on making processes less bureaucratic and making the strategic decisions have an impact. And when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about two dimensions when it comes to the region of the Western Balkans. We need to take into consideration that these are very small, fragmented markets, which are not interconnected in any way, not even physically. You don't have transport connection, you don't have flights between these 6 countries. And these are countries which have completely differentiated and fragmented legal and economic and business frameworks and environments. So it's very difficult at this stage to do cross-border projects. And this is where I see lots of value in the common regional market and Berlin process, and also in the current early accession in the single European market way ahead of full membership. And I believe that this will unlock the potential of countries to have joint bankable projects, and it will unlock the potential for higher European presence in the region. Until then, clearly, different actors will be interested. Clearly, somebody who doesn't have a cumbersome procedure and who offers clean funds. When I say clean funds, I'm talking about integrity of actors, and I'm talking about something that is an absolute priority for Montenegro, which is maintaining the label of a country which was never on Manival list, unlike lots of countries in the neighbourhood, and a country which has taken really very strong and serious efforts over the past years under the leadership, particularly of the current Prime Minister Spajic, to make sure that the label of integrity is fully restored in the financial sector and across the board, because that is the only way how you can close the chapter on free capital flows, and also again, convince foreign investors that you are not only attractive, but also safe destination for their investors. And last but not the least, I would just like to say that on gender, it is not that much what we do and what we want to see as a change. It is the need to understand that in most of these societies, there are deeply entrenched cultural norms which need to be changed. I will talk about Montenegro, but this is the case across the Western Balkans. Even today, despite completely different legal framework, women do not inherit. When they inherit, it's stigmatized. When they don't inherit, they cannot have collateral, and they lose access to finance. And this has a sort of chain reaction. And what I've noticed and what I've done as the director of the National Development Bank for the 3.5 years prior to becoming central bank governor is actually I've applied very strong conditionalities, quotas, and incentives for female entrepreneurship. And very quickly, you had significant growth in the portfolio of the development bank, again aided by the European Investment Bank partnership with blended finance structure. And this is the only way to change conditionality and economic impact, which is already foreseen both by the EU and the candidate countries. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, incentives, the importance of incentives, please.
Shortly on stronger conditionalities, I was not a big fan of cooperation and verification mechanism, and I think it was misused both in the Commission and in the member states. And I worked also for the Commission, so I have some knowledge of this instrument. I think, we as the member states, we have to do our, as a candidate countries, we have to do our job. But also we need to build this trust in the cooperation and the dialogue with the Commission. And just a general comment that is
a little bit beyond my current responsibilities on empowering female. We need more ladies, more female in politics, actually. Because we need more female in parliaments, in governments. This is where they decide how they allocate money. We need more money to daycare facilities for children. In a country where the second earner is heavily taxed, it's usually the wife, yeah? And if there is no daycare facilities for children, automatically the mother stays home to raise children. It's nice, it's nice, it's okay, but it should be an option. It should not be, that the society is pushing us to stay at home. If we don't have mothers or aunts or something that are taking care of our children, what can we do? So my comment beyond the mandate of central bank governor is that we need more women in politics.
Absolutely, and perhaps we need to move the conversation from gender equality to gender equity. So how do we create the necessary conditions for the women then to be involved both in the economy and in politics? Mr. de Groot.
Thank you. Maybe a couple of short answers. First of all, to the lady from Kosovo, I can assure you, in every project we look into and we would like to finance, there is no backlash on gender, not 1 millimeter. None. And we will not do so. Secondly, the gentleman on the minorities and the access to finance, that is a very, very good point. It is very difficult to access, especially micro enterprises and single entrepreneurs. We try and do so, but we are a big ticket bank. So the only way to reach out to really micro enterprises and SMEs is through local commercial banks. And if we do so, also there, the issue of gender and minorities is very much on the agenda. We have done the same with the Development Bank of Montenegro, where we also have loans together which try and reach out and increase and improve the access to finance for small companies. Then on procurement and transparency. Well, first of all, the acquis is quite clear on these issues. So when these countries really become a member, I think they have to adhere to the acquis. So that is for the general issues if governments want to decide to go with bidders from outside the EU. I can assure you too that in every project we finance, we look in very detail into the procurement process, into the bidding, into the evaluation of the bidding, and all these processes we finance have to adhere to the EU acquis. So I can assure you that what we finance, that is absolutely done. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that comment. Thank you to all of you for your thoughts. I think that this is the panel and the people that walk the talk of integration, let's not say enlargement, because it's about integration of Europe. And I think that here in Brussels, there are key 3 topics, at least, that I take away that I always hear. The one, first, we talk about Ukraine. We talk about the completion of the single market by 2028, and then we talk about enlargement. So let's find the ways to put them all 3 together and not look at silos, because it's for the future of Europe, as you mentioned, Irena, yesterday also during dinner. So thank you very much, and join me in thanking the panelists.
Everybody, please take your seats. We'll begin the final session, as they say in the United States, momentarily. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh air is good, but not too much of it, correct? Yes. Good afternoon. Welcome back. You are the hardcore of the Fidel who have stayed today for our third and final session after lunch. So my thanks in advance to you for that. But we will vindicate your confidence, because we'll have an absolutely splendid final panel where we'll be looking at the rule of law, justice, the reform of justice in the Western Balkans in the perspective of EU enlargement, and asking ourselves, is meaningful change taking place? If so, why and how? If not, why not, and how to fix it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jamie Shea, ex-NATO, but the last few years I've been a senior fellow here for Peace and at Friends of Europe for Peace, Security, Defence. You heard from another senior fellow, Val Zanelli, in the previous panel. You're probably asking, what's the difference between her and me? Well, senior in her title means she knows something about the subject, and senior in my title means I'm very old. But even if I'm not a lawyer myself, I'm married to a barrister, my daughter's a barrister, and my son is a barrister. So hopefully some of that has rubbed off on me, at least in terms of being able to set the scene and ask at least some of the right questions. In the UK a few years ago, I don't know if you had it here in Belgium, there was a famous advertisement for Heineken beer. And the Heineken beer said, "Get the head right and the rest will follow." And to my mind, if I think of the rule of law, it's the same, right? You know, if you don't get that right, what else can possibly follow? Because the rule of law is the basis of predictability, of contracts, of assurance, of people's confidence in the whole democratic system, which sort of drives everything else. Human rights, protection of minorities, the political process, the function of the democratic institutions, the citizens' right to petition government for justice and reparation. We heard in the previous panel about investments, how critical a robust legal framework based on an independent judiciary is for businesses to have the confidence to invest, particularly for the long run. It undergirds international agreements as well. And needless to say, obviously, despite all of these great qualities, the countries of the region have to meet rule of law standards in any case as one of the key conditions for accession to the European Union. There simply is no way around it. But we also know, from our own experience, even in our Western countries, that the rule of law is never a done deal. It's constantly a work in progress. If you're not moving forward, you can easily slide back. I mean, in the UK, coming from London yesterday, this week, we're not in the EU any longer, but still, we've got this incredible issue of unbelievable delays in legal cases coming to court. So much so that we're the country that founded common law. We're actually debating suspending juries to try to speed up the process. And we've had this week a police investigation into the Hillsborough football disaster, which took 39 years. 39 years, with the result that nearly all of those that could be prosecuted are dead or retired a long ago. So I just say that to say that I think that as we focus inevitably on the Western Balkans, we also have to realize that it's always a difficult issue for us as well. Of course, we also, in the rule of law, have to have not just, adequate number of judges. The institutions have to be well staffed and well equipped to be able to function. There's also public confidence in the process itself. Justice delayed is often justice denied, as I was saying a moment ago. The judges have to also be able to deal with increasingly complex issues like cybercrime, for example, or increasingly difficult financial instruments and so on, particularly in criminal or corruption cases as well. They need to keep up with the evolution AI, for example, of technology too. And of course, it's great that you have laws which are adapted to the particular challenges of a particular country. Does it have an issue with terrorism? Does it have an issue with public procurement? Does it have an issue with corruption, for example? Does it have an issue with political interference in the judicial system? But those verdicts have to be implemented as well, and not just delivered if justice is to be done. Jeremy Bentham once said that the price of democracy is eternal vigilance, and I would guess that the rule of law also requires internal vigilance. And of course, not only is the European Union closely assessing the progress of the candidate countries in such a vital area, but on top of that, we've got a whole host of NGOs, you're familiar with them, think tanks and research institutes that are also scrutinizing this picture as well. So there's a high degree of attention and transparency focused on it. The last EU enlargement package last month shows inevitably, like in other areas that we've been discussing at this meeting, a mixed picture of certain countries obviously doing well and making progress, other countries still suffering from particular issues, for example, when it comes to judges, training judges, investments, institutions, dealing with corruption, and the like. The question, of course, is do all of the countries of the region need a kind of common legal framework? We discussed a common currency, the euro, in the last session. Law is often a national thing, right? But to how much does it have to be aligned across borders to function well? I think that would be an interesting question for our panel today. Anyway, clearly there are some questions that we want to put to our panelists. First of all, are the instruments that the EU is deploying in the region doing the job? In Brussels, we always read about announcements, press releases and new initiatives. There's always less on are they being implemented and are they being followed up? Are they working? So I think that's going to be a question. Are the instruments the right ones and are they working? We know that the region has a difficult legacy with the rule of law, but is that legacy being overcome? If there are obstacles, What are they, and how easily can they be removed? Are the candidate countries working together in this area, as we heard previously that they were working more closely together in the economic investment area as well? And ultimately, you know, from previous experience, what are the best practices and the best ways to guarantee judicial independence, impartiality, and integrity? And member states, are they leaving all of this to the Commission, or are the EU member states, particularly the countries in the region, we think of Croatia, Slovenia, that have been through the process already, helping the candidate countries as well? So those are simply some questions which I put up. Fortunately, I don't have to answer them. I couldn't in any case, but we do have 4 of the very best for that. First of all, Helene Barker, who is the Director General for Economic Cooperation at the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs in The Hague, who has kindly travelled down from The Hague this morning to be with us. I'm not going to give the biographies because they are in the programme, but I will ask Helen to intervene first. Then we have Judge Ingrid Delvaux. Always good to have a legal practitioner on the panel. She's the Secretary General of the European Judicial Training Network, so good issue which I mentioned about, you know, are we training enough competent judges in the region? Then we've got Sergeant Mastrovovic, have I pronounced it? Almost. No, it wasn't perfect, but was I at least 90% there? Who is from Serbia. He was very involved in a previous life in Serbia's accession negotiations, but now is the chairman of the European Policy Centre, which also represents a network of regional think tanks and EU policy research centres. And finally, we have a well-known character on the Brussels scene, Thomas Weitz, member of the European Parliament. Always, of course, good not just to have a legal person on the panel, but somebody who represents the European politics as well. He's in the European Parliament, but he takes a particular interest in the Western Balkans because he's chair of the European Parliament delegation dealing with Montenegro and the standing rapporteur for North Macedonia, and you deal with Bosnia and Albania and the whole region as well. So I think we've got, you know, all of the right perspectives that we need. So I'll first of all then turn to you, Helen, to start us off. You know, in particular, Netherlands, your own country, takes a fairly stringent view, I know, given the state of Dutch political opinion and public opinion on standards and merit and compliance, particularly with the rule of law. Maybe what your own country is doing also practically here, and what you would sort of expect to the sort of European mechanisms to be contributing in this area. So, microphone is there. You've got it already, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And first of all, it's really a pleasure to be here this afternoon. So thank you for the invitation. I'll be happy to say a few things on the Dutch position when it comes to EU enlargement, but maybe just to pick up on something you said, Jamie, on how important rule of law issues remain also after accession to the Netherlands. This is also a very important issue. You'll see that we keep up this emphasis on rule of law also within the EU when it comes to the rule of law toolbox for member states, the rule of law dialogue that we have with the rule of law report, but also looking at financial instruments, the next multi-annual financial framework, to see if we can have the conditionality that is already in the present MFF also extended when it comes to financial instruments. So it's really consistent approach. It's never perfect, not upon accession, not after accession. Same goes for the Netherlands. We also still have improvements to make, but we're happy to have that kind of peer review and also, if need be, that kind of pressure in the EU. And sometimes it gets very difficult because there are also EU member states that do suffer from backsliding, and do we have the right responses there? Is the rule of law toolbox sufficient? Yeah, those are questions that we also often address. Now, when it comes to enlargement, I would say it's been one of the most successful external policies that the EU has in terms of transformation. If you look at any country that in the path towards accession or after accession, there's always been convergence, more interaction. I think it's fair to say that we've been better off because of enlargement, and that really in the countries that did accede also there was a big transformation that happened there precisely because of accession. It's painful, it's difficult, it's cumbersome, it can last a long time as well. This reform agenda is not for the meek at heart. I think we've seen it also up close in the last rounds of accession, 2004, and that was still in a different climate when in my country also the accession of the 10 new member states was really also seen as the correction of a historical injustice, these countries taking their rightful place around the table. But in the process that led up to it, we could also see the importance of rule of law. I think the methodology has changed, has been adjusted in the years that followed. Also Croatia's accession in 2013, the last member state to join. And now you can say, yes, indeed, rule of law is very much the fundamentals, very much center stage when it comes to accession. Let me say also something at the outset about the geopolitical perspective or the geopolitical dimension of EU enlargement, because that's something that's very topical. It's often said to be maybe at odds with a merit-based approach. We don't see it that way at all. I think they go very well hand in hand. The Netherlands very much sees the geopolitical dimension, the geopolitical importance also of strengthening our bloc, our EU, also given the position in the world, the geopolitical context. So really that geopolitical prerogative or imperative is there, and it's always been there, and it's especially felt in these days. But it's not at odds for us with the merit-based approach. I think consecutive Dutch governments have placed a lot of attention to that merit-based approach. Sometimes the wordings change a little. This current, now caretaker capacity government has said we place the Copenhagen criteria center stage. Prior, we always talked about strict and fair, adding also engaged, so strict, fair, engaged, all three elements being very central. But yes, I think if you say we're strict, we're considered as strict, I think sometimes also the acceding countries themselves ask us also to keep up the bar, to keep up the standards, and not to make any shortcuts in the accession path when it comes to the criteria. So fair enough, we're strict. We also hope to be considered fair, so when countries have delivered, we can also move forward in the path. We've seen now that that's clearly happening. It's happening for Montenegro, it's happening for Albania, and we also would be ready to take steps with Moldova and Ukraine. We don't like bilateralization. It's not fair. It undermines the merit-based approach in our view. If you keep the accession process hostage because you have an issue with your neighbors, that should be resolved in a different manner. So I also say that also quite clearly. And then finally, the point of engaged. Yes, we do also like to assist countries when it comes to their performance, their reforms that they have to undertake. We focus specifically on the rule of law. We have programs for that, and in many of the acceding countries, I think there's been a long-standing bilateral cooperation also in addition to what the EU offers there. So when it comes to improving judicial reform, training, those kind of projects, often on a bilateral basis, sometimes also on a regional basis. So that's strict, fair, and engaged. Something about public support, and then I'll end there. It's often said that there's been enlargement fatigue. I'm not necessarily sure that that's the case. I think we saw recently in a Eurobarometer that the Dutch respondents actually are in support of enlargement with 68%, which is, it's not bad. It's above EU average. When you dig down a little further, Dutch respondents did say, very important to keep up the values community, the rule of law, media freedom, democracy. So all these things that are enshrined to us in this merit-based approach are also very much part of the way that Dutch respondents view this enlargement, and therefore the Dutch government, I think, also feels a little bit confirmed and reassured in the approach we are taking. I think I'll leave it at.
May I quickly, if you would allow me, just ask you a very quick follow-up question there. In the Netherlands, of course, and the Western Balkans are tied by history. The Netherlands was the home of the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. It's now the home of the specialist chambers, dealing, of course, with Kosovo. Of course, the International Criminal Court. Does this kind of, legal track record, which your country is very famous for, make the rule of law a special sort of focus or an interest for you? Or am I completely off track here, and the two things in terms of enlargement are completely disconnected in the Dutch political psyche?
No, I mean, I think it's part of the mix, but I think the fact that The Hague is, we like to propagate it, of course, as the city of peace and justice.
Exactly.
With those international organizations as the host country, that's important. I think it also is important from a rule of law perspective, that we attach great importance to that kind of accountability. I mean, when it comes to the accountability for Russian war crimes and aggression, again, we are
exactly with Eurojust and so on,
and on the aggression tribunal, etc. So that really features into it. I think, the joint history is there, of course, in the bilateral relations as well. It's not necessarily only because these organizations are in The Hague that we feel. There's another kind of connect as well to the countries of the Western Balkans.
Thank you. I'm saying that because we're nearly at the 30th anniversary of Dayton in a few days, so that reflection sort of came to me. Thank you very much. Ingrid, I'd like to turn to you now. I mentioned that you were very much focused on training and, of course, the whole question of what your organization is doing in the region and how you see successes and challenges. But if I may also, you're from France, of course, a major European Union country. You have experience as a judge. You've worked in government. So could you say something, like I asked Helen about the specific Netherlands role, apart from, working at the European level, is there a particular French sort of investment in these kind of issues as well, which you may have obviously picked up in your time working in the French government and working as a judge in different regions of France? I always like a trick question to keep you on your toes.
Yes, indeed. It was not planned. So, but I have.
I know you can manage it.
Yes, but I have answers on that. First, I would like to start by thanking warmly Friends of Europe for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here, and I must say this is the first time that the EJTN, the European Judicial Training Network, is invited to contribute to these exchanges, and I think it is absolutely relevant. So, for those who don't know what EJTN is doing, actually we are a network bringing together the national judicial training institutions for judges, prosecutors, and court staff. And I would like to go back to the history so that you understand also the idea of the network, the aim of the network. We were founded 25 years ago after the Tampere Council, and you all remember that it was the creation of the European area of justice. And at that time, we knew the judicial training institutions, I was not there, but some of them, they knew that they had to be part of the creation of this area of justice, because the area of justice can work efficiently only if the European judges and prosecutors, they know each other, they can cooperate efficiently, and that only if they are properly trained on EU law. And we know EU law has developed considerably since then. So this was the aim at the very beginning, and we have now our unique role recognized by the Council of the EU and also by the European Commission, because we bring around the table
all the EU member states' judicial training institutions, but also, indeed, we have welcomed in our community as observers the national judicial training institutions which are close to the EU. And among them, you have Western Balkans, you have Moldova, you have also Ukraine. So they are around the table with us. And we knew also that we had to cooperate with them. First, because of course we want to support the enlargement process. We are mostly funded by the European Union, so we want to comply with the priorities of the Union and to support where we can. So this is the first thing, of course. But there is also, it was mentioned this morning that one of the reasons of the enlargement process would not be only peace, but competitiveness. And for competitiveness, you need an efficient justice system. So this is also what we want to support. And from the experience I have had also in the network, I can say that we think that cooperation with the Western Balkan countries is absolutely relevant also for us, for EU judges, prosecutors and court staff. Because, and here I will be a little bit blunt, although I'm French, it's not cultural.
Please do. We like that.
But we already have a single market with Western Balkans, with some countries in Western Balkans. And I'm sorry to say it, but it is the single market of crime. Because the criminals, they don't have borders. They don't have anymore. And it's been a long time that they don't. And we must face that reality. We must tackle that challenge all together. And when you were referring on my experience as a judge, I was working, so several years ago I worked as an investigating judge in Nice, and I had many interesting files I will not disclose, it could take a long time, and I'm not allowed to do that. But I must say I worked closely with the Albanian colleagues. I had very difficult files to deal with, and I must say it was difficult to work with non-EU countries. It was an additional work because you cannot use the EU instruments. We could not at that time. So it was an additional investment of time, and to be honest, maybe not all the judges will do that. But when I had this experience, I can say that there was a real will of cooperation with my colleagues in Albania. It was very, very successful. And I realized that indeed, when you share the same challenges and you work together, then you build trust. And this is what we need, to build trust. And we know that the relevant judicial training, the relevant step we must make if we want to support our colleagues and also make our cooperation efficient, is to have this peer learning approach, to bring around the table our counterparts and to discuss together, and also to have this not top-down but really horizontal work together. And we know that in the Western Balkans they face many challenges in terms of justice, and this comes also from the EU enlargement reports. You know that they have rapid reforms to face, to implement. There is a lack of institutional training capacities, unfortunately. There is also a lack of specialized curricula. There is a limited exposure to EU standards. So we know that the reforms, the rapid reforms, the many reforms they are facing can only work if the judiciary is prepared to apply them. Because it's easy to talk about rule of law, you know, and to be honest, even with my colleagues, sometimes we have discussions about rule of law. What does it mean, the rule of law? It's still in discussion, you know, when you say the rule of law, yes. So I try to give a very easy definition. The rule of law means that everywhere in Europe, the law must be applied equally to everybody in any circumstances. Yes, of course, but which law? What is the law to apply? When you see how complex the EU law has become, when you see all the discussions that has taken place in Poland, for example, on the application of law, because maybe the Constitutional Court was saying, no, you have to apply the law this way. The Court of Justice was saying, no, you don't have the right interpretation. And who at the end fought really to ensure the rule of law? The basic judges. Those who were able to say, no, we are going to apply EU law, we know what EU law is, and we tell you how we interpret and how you must interpret the law. So it's very important that the judges, they can have the knowledge on EU law, that they know exactly how to apply it, how to interpret it. But it's also important that they know how to apply it, and this is the know-how. And here, again, I can share a personal experience. It's always more interesting, I think. But I started as a judge, I was 26 years old. And it happened to me regularly, and I was very upset with that. When people were coming to the court, they were like, "Are you the judge?" Yeah, I am, you know. I know you were expecting an old man, maybe someone with a lot of experience, but why? Because citizens, they do have expectations. They do have expectations on their judges, on their justice system. They want to have people, competent people. And of course, I was looking very young, so they were like, maybe she's not really aware of the law and what she has to apply to my case, so I can be worried. So this is very important to understand that at the end, the rule of law has a face. And this face is the judge, who will tell the people, look, this is the law to be applied, so you can rely on your justice system. So this is very important to have this in mind, because indeed, at the end, the ultimate guarantors of the rule of law, they are the judges. And unfortunately, I don't know you, but I was not born independent. It's not like I'm 5 years old and I'm independent. Independent means you are competent enough to know which law you have to apply, how you have to apply, how you have to react to certain situations. And this comes with training, with proper training. When you are put in situations, and this is something we had in initial training in France, case-based situations. How do you react in this and this and these situations? So this is something that we must have in mind, that it has to accompany the judges, the judiciaries in all these countries. They need to have the proper training. And they need also to have the trainings on what matters today, because we are in a digital environment. Do you respect a judge who is only working with paper, like me, and who is not able maybe to understand how the digital tools work, you know, who has not the new tools? No, you might feel this judge is maybe outdated, you know. I would like a new one, maybe I would like a younger one. So it's very important to accompany also our counterparts with all the training on digitalization. And this is also what we do at the EJTN. So we have an experience of working with the Western Balkans Judicial Training Institutions. And what we see is that there is an enlargement fatigue, but there is also a training fatigue in the region. Because so many projects, so many people going there and telling them, okay, so now I will deliver your training on this bloop, this bloop, this bloop. So they go, they learn, yes, then they leave and they forget. So this is not the way we should work, and this is not the way we work. What we see is that when we bring them to the table, to our table, with EU counterparts, first we meet motivation. And here I have an example to say I have a Serbian close to me. It's not because of that, but I want to congratulate you, because in 2022, we organized, so every year we organize, a Eurovision of the EU law. We call it the Themis competition. It means we have different teams, future judges and prosecutors competing against each other on an EU law topic. So we brought to the table the Serbian team. Guess what? They won. And we were very, very surprised. And we were even a little bit embarrassed, because we had not planned to organize the final competition there. This was the rule. You won, so you must host the final competition for the year after. So it shows that the fact that you bring them to the table, then you encourage motivation. And there is a will, of course. But then we also work having in mind the specific challenges they face. And this is why we know there is also a need for a tailor-made, long-lasting, continuous training in the region, and it goes, of course, with involving them and having them on the table of the discussions. So,
could I ask you on that? I mean, when you are engaging the region, Are there, you mentioned digitalization, are there other sort of quick wins? Because obviously the reform of the judiciary, I imagine, a very slow, bureaucratic affair. Training judges takes time. It's like medicine, it takes a long time to train as a competent lawyer and a judge. But are there sort of quick wins that you've identified? Do you see that the governments are putting sufficient resources in? Do salaries need to be improved, to attract more people into that type of profession? Could they reorganize things, maybe so that proceedings could take place faster at a lower level? These kind of things that accelerate the process that you can do quickly, so that, we were talking this morning when we were talking about economics, quick wins, what can we do in terms of, delivering things that show the population that things are happening, that justice is better, that it's faster, the citizen has greater access to justice, that, sort of create patience while you're dealing with the longer term reforms. In your travels of the region, do you see that, there are certain quick wins, and are there still some big obstacles, for example, like lack of resources, that you would like to change if you could?
Of course, the resources are an issue, but everywhere in this field. And but rather than thinking about what is shown, like when you have a new digital tool, you can see it. Everyone is like, "Wow, this is wonderful!" But is it really improving the quality of justice? I'm not sure. What could be the first step would be first to have judges, prosecutors who are aware of their digital environment, because it comes with many opportunities, and we want to take these opportunities, but we also want to be aware that it comes with threats. So, for example, I think a quick win would be to have judges who know that they should be careful while using AI tools, because you are responsible with personal data you are dealing with, So you are, again, the ultimate guarantor of the rule of law. You are protecting the human rights. So you must be aware that you cannot put, maybe because you want to be more efficient, you cannot put in an AI tool or in ChatGPT something to wrap up the file. So it comes with that. It comes with a dedicated, a specific training for judges, because we are not normal companies. We are dealing with personal lives, so it has to be really accurate. And here I would like to come on what the judicial training is, because sometimes today, because it's easy to organize a webinar, we think you put someone in front of the camera, he makes lectures, and then, okay, you have your training. It's not what we do. The judicial training has to be very practical, hands-on. It has to be really specific to the judge's need, tailor-made, and it goes also with peer exchanges. So they need to enrich their knowledge and know-how, but they do it also horizontally, because there is no, like, you have the answers, but every situation has to be taken carefully, thought through by any judge. So we have a competence in judicial training, in evaluation of the impact of what we do, and this is indeed a very special field.
Thank you. Ingrid, thanks very much. And nothing compares with practical lived experience, and thank you for those examples. I will turn now to Sergeant. Serbia has been mentioned already, and congratulations. I'm not sure if you had anything to do with it, but for winning Ingrid's competition and being able to host the next one. But you've worked, as I said, on EU accession in government, and of course now you look at it from the standpoint of the sort of the academic think tank community. Not just Serbia's experience, but how far do you think the region has come, and do you identify with some of the issues that Ingrid raised from her engagement with the region? So, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a tough act to follow. I utterly enjoy your presentation because it comes from your experience, and this is what people can feel and to recognize as important. But I would start first by obviously saying a big thanks to Friends of Europe for organizing this event and allowing me to be, I think, the only representative of civil society at today's conference. And I'm today representing a group of 6 think tank organizations from the region.
as a good example of a good regional cooperation, and that when there is a will, the Western Balkans 6 can do it, regardless of our differences. And we are different. I'm always utterly flabbergasted by the fact that people speak about the Western Balkans as a unity. It's not. It's a bit of intellectually lazy perception of the region. And let me paraphrase the famous start of Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, you know, when he says, all happy candidates look alike, but those who are unhappy candidates, they have reasons why they're unhappy. And I think it applies to the Western Balkan countries. We have two very happy candidates. We have Montenegro and Albania, who are pushing forward. I would dare to say that Moldova, although not part of the Western Balkan, is catching up, and this is very good. Because for the enlargement to be efficient and to be recognized and to have a certain degree of legitimacy, it needs to have a critical mass. So it's better when there is more countries preparing. And by the way, during the lunch, I had a pleasure, as always, when speaking with Professor Reinhard Priebe. I said, maybe this group is going to change, will be joined by some additional countries like Iceland. You know, the government there is calling for a referendum during 2026 to restart the EU accession process. I think it will be marvelous for this critical mass of countries to be even bigger and more consistent, because the accession will require ratification in the member states. And obviously, as the more candidates join, the case for the enlargement will be stronger. But going back to the topic, I'm sorry, Jeremy, for this extended introduction.
No, we love geopolitical introductions and scene setters, so yeah, but please not, because it's important to understand, you know, where the driving force is coming from.
It is always about a context, and this is why we need to address the context in which judicial reform, which is a topic of today's panel, is set to be held. And this is the question of actually functional democracy. There are two concepts of how justice is delivered: by the rule of law, which considers all citizens equal, all players at the market equal, or undemocratic rules where might is right. And when there is an arbitrary force that decides who is more equal than the other actors. And this is why it is important to put the judicial reform in the context of vitality of democracies in the region. Unfortunately, the recently published enlargement package shows a very sketchy picture. It shows that in some of the countries of the region, division of power and mutual checks and balances still not developed to the level of sufficiency. It shows that there is a still overwhelming influence of politics and executive power over judiciary, which obviously fails the standards that Ingrid was describing. Our legislation, our parliaments are failing to produce the parliamentary oversights very often over the judiciary, but also over other regulatory bodies. And in that sense, this is an issue. One step further, we are lacking a public oversight of what's going on. And these are the issues very closely connected to the fundamental freedoms of expression. You cannot have democracy, you cannot have a properly functioning political system without the ability to speak freely and to be critical towards your government and to speak openly about it. You need to have a public platform because, as Washington Post says, democracy dies in the dark. So you need to have a free media where judges can go and share their problems and share their views on different points. But you also need to have this elusive fourth branch of governments, that this is a civil society, where civil society organizations, these stakeholders which are part of the policy-making cycles, need to have an access and need to be included in these reforms. Two another very big challenges. One is mentioned by Ingrid. The regional cooperation is thriving among the organized crime, unfortunately. Corruption is a high enemy of what we are talking about. And obviously, even the two happiest candidates need to address these issues now in the final stages of their EU accession, inshallah, in a much better, more substantial way to prove the track record that they able actually to implement what they negotiated throughout this process. And the third point with concerning challenges is the culture of impunity that undermines the trust that Ingrid was mentioning, and that citizens go to the judges with the expectations to be treated equally and to be able to protect their rights. If there is no that trust, if there is a culture of impunity rather present, it is very, very difficult that our reforms can survive. And the second point I would like to raise is how can EU and Western Balkans collaborate more effectively to move forward? And there are some very positive examples. I would say that inclusion of 4 candidate countries in the rule of law mechanism, EU rule of law mechanism, is an excellent example of the gradual integration of the candidates into the broader European framework. What actually gradual integration means? It means that the candidates can feel some early benefits of being together engaged in the EU reforms. It serves to spread knowledge, to create networks that you mentioned, but it also serves to socialize judges, for example, in this case, of the candidates countries with judges from France, from the Netherlands, from Austria or Germany or whenever. So the gradual integration works. Another good example is a growth plan that was mentioned in the previous panel. It is important to notice that all growth reform agendas which are created by the candidates, by the Western Balkan 6, sustain the fundamentals and the rule of law pillar within the reform agenda. And this is an area which belongs to the fundamentals and is going to be crucial when approving the financial resources being granted through the growth plan. I must say this is still an early stage. Some analysis which was prepared by our colleagues from Skopje, from North Macedonia, European Policy Institute, who is in charge of following the growth plan on behalf of the Think for Europe network, are showing that there are some delays. There is a problem of poor data access, especially for civil society activists, and that there is unfortunately weak inclusion component of the relevant stakeholders into the monitoring. And finally, and I will finish with this, it's not all about the geopolitics. It's not all even about the economics. It's about the values as well. And this is why one part of the gradual integration is so dear to my heart and important, and this is inclusion of the Western Balkan countries in the European Democracy Shield and invitation to be a part of the EU civil society strategy. These are the numerous areas of the context that we are speaking about, which are crucial for all of us to be successful when dealing with the reform of judiciary and introduction of the properly functioning rule of law principle.
Sergio, thank you very much, but don't put the microphone down immediately. Just a quick follow-up. I think at meetings like this, we want to look a little bit beyond the news headlines, the story of the day, the perception of the day, and get at the underlying facts, the bit of the iceberg which is under the water. Over the Commission in its enlargement package did say some sharp things about the rule of law in Serbia, and of course, looking at the TV, we've seen, of course, all of the political turbulence affecting the country over the last year or so since the Novi Sad disaster. On the other hand, people do say that, despite this turbulence, reforms keep going. Look at the broader context, and it's not stopped simply because there seems to be a political turbulence. What's your assessment of that? Is despite these difficulties over the last year, are, you know, the technocrats, as you used to be one yourself, if you don't mind my saying so, working in the ministry still able to get on with the basic reform job, or has it all been sort of put on hold a little bit until the political situation is somewhat quieter? It's a bit of a sensitive question, but I hope you won't be offended if I ask.
No, not at all. I appreciate the question because I truly believe that not only Serbia, but the rest of the region as well, there is a capacity. There is a capacity for change. There is a capacity for our societies to be better organized, more democratic, respecting the principles and the values upon which the EU was formed itself. The problem is, unfortunately, that majority of this capacity is currently unemployed. Not literally unemployed, but rather not being employed, engaged in the process. And why is that? Because, unfortunately, majority of people who are dealing with this, and I was in the room when, with again, Reinhard Priebe, when the Stabilization Association Agreement negotiations started back in the days, recognize that there is no honesty and true political will engaged in the process of changing. Now I'm speaking on behalf of a country I'm coming from. What students and protesters at the streets of Serbian cities are demanding are exactly what we are discussing here. They're demanding equality before the law. They're demanding fight against corruption. They demand a properly functioning political environment with the free media, where they can speak critically about the things which are happening, and this is nothing strange of what European Union requires from Serbia and the government to introduce. And I think this morning our dear friend Pierre Mirel put it perfectly. You know, it is strange to hear that Serbian officials are confused because this imbalance clause was introduced, I think it was a paragraph 23, if I remember well, in the EU negotiating framework that was adopted at the first intergovernmental conference held a couple of hundreds of meters away from here on 21st of January 2014. That was almost, how much, 11, 12 years ago? I was in that room that day as well. Okay. And this is what we committed to, and it clearly says that if there is no progress in the area of rule of law, there is no balance, and there is no, let me explain this because I think it's very, very important. Yesterday evening we discussed, and there were some remarks concerning maybe there is a need for a different accession of the Western Balkan countries. Maybe they should become only a part of the European common market. And this was highly flawed because acceding to the EU common market requires all the reforms for the accession, bar the right to sit around the table and influence the politics. Yeah. I don't see why anybody would do that.
If you pay the price, you should get the A-class product. Right.
And regardless of the economy being a driver of this idea, the essence of the idea is the rule of law, because at a common market, we need to be equal. You know, investors from Kosovo need to be equally treated in Podgorica and Belgrade or whatever, and vice versa. So this is why I'm a bit emotional, because I invested a lot of my life in this process. But I am emotional because I'm seeing that some politicians simply do not want to read the writing on the wall. And the Serbian citizens require change. All the polls are showing that. And I'm hopeful that this change is going only to speed up the EU accession process.
Thank you. Serbia. Thank you so much. Tom, thank you as always for your patience. And I mentioned you represent the political side of this town, and we need to hear from that because at the end of the day, that's what determines everything. So from the European Parliament, you've got a very good sense of how the land lies within the Parliament itself in the different groups. but you're also a frequent visitor to the region, so you've got a very good sense, politically speaking, about how they're getting on and what perception they're giving to your party and the other parties. But of course, coming from a member state, Austria, you've got a good sense of all of those local national politics too. So three perspectives, really, which you combine in your good person. So give us a sense of, from a political point of view, how this all is playing out at the moment. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie, and thanks to all of you that are interested in this topic. It's quite a challenge to speak after you four speakers, I must even say.
Yeah, you're up to it.
Yeah, you covered like the general, describing how a cross-cutting issue this is. If we talk about environment, it's about the rule of law. If we talk about, civil rights, we talk about the rule of law. It's a cross-cutting issue through the whole society. You covered it up well through some understatement, but still, this was a very valuable input. So let me focus, and this allows me to focus maybe on the perspectives that have not so much been in the center of attention now. How is it all perceived by population in the countries? And I absolutely sign up. The situation is quite different in different countries. And what we have to see is that rule of law, if there's an improvement in the rule of law, this is something that is immediately felt by citizens. That's where we get visible. The impact gets visible. The progress gets visible. So if you're a woman that is affected by domestic violence, it makes a difference whether you go to a police station and there's a police officer, he or she, that is trained, that understands, that is alerted and aware what the legal proceedings have to be here now, and that you actually find justice. And this makes a huge difference for yourself. Or if citizens realize that impunity is not anymore happening for high-ranking ex-politicians, ex-ministers, even ex-judges, that no matter what your role was in society, how important you were or you are, how rich you are, how well you're connected into the political sphere, justice is there for everyone, and it's equally accessible, and it's equally punishing you if you're doing wrongdoings, no matter who of your person and what you might have contributed to your country in earlier stages. And this is something that encourages citizens to actually keep up trusting into the process of accession, because at the end of the day, it's the citizens of the countries inside the European Union, I will come to that in a moment, but also in the countries, in the accession countries that we're talking about, that will take the final decision to either join or not join. All of them will have referendums, and it's also them we need to convince that this is the future path that delivers to citizens on a daily basis. And and for me as a negotiator, as a diplomat, because it's not just a job as a member of European Parliament. Leading a delegation doesn't mean I'm focusing on my own political issues or standpoints, but it means, being a diplomat, leading a diplomatic mission, including the whole European Parliament, all shades of political opinions. What for me is relevant going to these countries is not the question, is everything perfect there? For me, the question is there improvement? And is there substantial improvement? Are we walking into the right direction? And is there also a speedy improvement? So can you feel the progress? So, looking into Albania, Albania was mentioned also in regards of the, let's say, equality of organized crime. For organized crime, it really doesn't matter if you're Serbian, Albanian, Bosniak, whatever. It doesn't matter at all. But Albania was mentioned in this regard, and Albania really is not, and the whole region is not having the privilege of corruption. We all have that problem in our countries, but the question is, do you have institutions that are able to tackle this corruption? The daily corruption, police control, okay, here you have a few euros, okay, you can go. This kind of stuff, but also high-level corruption. Are there institutions that are functional? This is the main question for me. So if I see SPAC in Albania really going also against ex-ministers of the current government. Please don't feel offended, but this is to me a sign that something is functional. Because the party of Edi Rama, they have an overwhelming majority of the country, and this is what we very often see. We'll also tackle, political influence, political guidance of what should be prosecuted and what not, political decision-making on who becomes a judge, on who not, also that. There's even debates, in Montenegro and Skupština, well, this is your judge. No, if you get a judge, I also want to have a judge. You need to give a judge to the opposition. I'm like sitting next to it and saying, look, you misunderstood the concept here, you know. It's about, you know, it's about capacity, competence, you know. That's how you choose a judge, not on party affiliation, yeah. Or if I see, you know, special prosecutors in Montenegro, you know, going also against ex-ministers, even ex-heads of courts, you know, that's encouraging. And there I see it's going into the right direction. Still, we are very much focusing on the European Union side on legislation. We're very easily satisfied, okay, that law has been decided on, okay, the constitutional judge has gotten an additional member. But what really matters for population and for civil society and for investigative journalists and for victims of violence, what really matters is implementation. Is this really working on the ground? Yeah. Is there an implementation? This is key. And then I think you touched upon resources. And that's a key question we need to look into. I mean, I've met public auditors, that do an immediately really good job. But the question is, do they have the resources to really go on with their job? Or is there some political repercussions? You know, if they're too good in their job, well, then their annual budget might be just cut by 30%. Yeah. Okay, we have special prosecutors. They're doing an excellent job, but do they really have the resources? Well, I walked into their office, and I mean, the tables and the computers. You could actually put them in a museum, you know? I mean, they're somewhere from the early 2000s, yeah? I wouldn't even know anymore how to use them. So the question is, do they really have the resources to deliver a proper job? And I think this is key questions, yeah? That we need to look into when we look into negotiations. And don't expect these countries to be perfect. We are all not perfect. And still one more sentence on merit-based or geostrategical, because this seems to be a big debate.
It is.
But for me, the main reasons to support these countries have been there before this new geostrategical developments, which I welcome because it's an additional driver to convince also some member states that were a bit more reluctant in the past, maybe a bit, do not feel offended, but Netherlands or France. Still, the main intrinsic motivation, and I think it should be also for us in the European Union, is that this region has been the playground of foreign powers for hundreds of years, and that we should advocate that also these peoples of Europe should take their legitimate place, as we did with Eastern Europe after the breakdown of Warsaw Pact. And this should be the intrinsic motivation, and security is helpful. It brings additional support, but for me, this is not the main driver. The main driver is value-based, but the main driver is also reminding ourselves about our cultural heritage, common cultural heritage, history together. So there's many more reasons to engage in this process.
But Thomas, a follow-up, please, particularly with your overall perspective of the region and the work of the Parliament. We had the Speaker of the Serb Parliament, the former Prime Minister, who was on the screen at the very beginning. And one of the points she made was that the EU is inconsistent in the way it assesses or values the countries. Some countries sort of get access to the clusters quickly. Others who, according to the former Prime Minister, have worked hard to meet the standards, are held back for political reasons that maybe are not always clear and transparent. From your perspective, as you see the Parliament engaging, do you think that there is that sort of inconsistency, or is this just not true, that in reality, all countries are getting equal attention and treatment? They're getting equal access to the instruments that the European Union can provide. And if some are going faster than others, it's because they're going faster than others, and not because they're getting, if you like, a free pass.
I was quite surprised about the intervention of Madame Brnabić this morning. I know her since many, many years, also in the time when she was Prime Minister still. And I mean, she was just complaining about how everybody's unfair to them. She didn't even say half a sentence what this could have to do with the actual developments in Serbia. If we look into media freedom, there is no media freedom anymore. I dare to say this here. Yeah? If we look into the development of rule of law, of justice, political influence on justice, I mean, there's reasons why the engagement with Serbia is lacking behind, and we need to keep on talking to Serbia. But but also, Madame Brnabić, start to reflect a bit on what is going on in your own country, and don't just put the blame on everybody else than you. But one thing, I think, I don't know if it was Ingrid or Helen who said that earlier, this question of fairness. And there is something in that. Because, I mean, I heard also the Transport Minister of North Macedonia today. He was very pessimistic. I don't share his opinion. Still, he has some points when he says, look, guys, I mean, you're very much looking on us when it comes to the constitutional amendment, putting the Bulgarian community in there, but you don't put any pressure on Bulgaria to actually implement the judgments of the European Court of Justice. And he's right in this, even though I don't support their nationalistic narrative, which they also have, as the Bulgarians have, but he's right in saying this. Or take the case of Kosovo and Serbia after Banska, no, actually after the elections in the north, and we need to protect all minorities, don't get me wrong, whether they're Albanian in Preševo Valley or Serbians in north of Kosovo. But, you know, I mean, that we punished Kosovo with sanctions for wrongdoings, and there might have been wrongdoings, while, you know, still appeasing that time Serbia, and not talking about their wrongdoings at all. This has been perceived, and I share this perception, as really unfair towards Kosovo, and it has led to a drop of support towards the European Union by 20%. And also in North Macedonia, and it was a front runner when I started to work on Accession. They were front runners together with Slovenia. And just a disclaimer here, I'm an organic farmer by profession, and half of my land is in Slovenia. Some will say, that's why he's so keen on Balkans. But you know, I mean, they were both front runners. And where are they today? Sure, they could have done better, yeah, but there's a sense of unfairness, and we need to listen to that, because if people in the region feel treated unfair, we lose a lot of support. And if governments see, it's not even half of my population supporting this path, why should I deliver? And this was a very important message.
Thank you. Well, coming from the land of the Habsburgs, I would expect you to have territory over on the other side of your border, even if it's agricultural land. Thomas, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had lots of good advice. We've had lots of good insights. I certainly understand the issue much better, but now it's your turn. So hands up. I recognise the gentleman at the back. I recognise the gentleman there. Let's take 3 questions all at the same time. For the convenience of the panel, even though you have intervened already, would be grateful if you could introduce yourselves again, just in case people weren't here earlier. And if it's a question to somebody in particular, obviously please say so. Thank you.
Radu Raghea, Romania Civil Society. Justice, I think, is something that differentiates European Union in terms of others. I mean, the rule of law, it means rule of law, not rule of the ruler. Justice also, you find in Belarus, you find in Russia, you find in China, you find in North Korea, you find justice. But you find organized crime in North Korea also in Belarus, and you find justice. But you don't have rule against the ruler. Just the rule of law gives these regulations, like in the case of the French Prime Minister and whatever. So my case is to make this as something that is qualitatively superior. You see this fight in the US, the cradle of democracy, the rule of law is kind of like fought against by the other parts of power, the legislative power and the executive power. The judges there are struggling, to be independent and powerful. So my case for all of us that think that the rule of law is important is to make this case that differentiates us. And I don't think it's an easy fight. I think it's a very complicated fight, and I was part of this fight. And my for all of us here is how to find the right coalition, because the autocrat guys, the kleptocratic guys are already in coalitions against us. Thank you.
I understand that. In my country, the UK, we had during the Brexit campaign, the Supreme Court voted down something that the Conservative Party at the time were trying to do on Brexit, didn't unfortunately stop the process. And the Daily Mail the next day had the faces of the 12 judges of the Supreme Court on its front page with enemies of the people. So yes, we need the rule of law to protect the rule of law, at least those who are doing that in terms of independence and safeguards and hostile social media campaigns or whatever. It's a nasty aspect of our modern society. So I'm sure our panel will have something about how you use the rule of law to protect the rule of law. Gentleman there, please.
Reinhard Priebe, I have worked for quite a long time in the European Commission, but before that I was a judge in Germany, but I only came to my post at the age of 28.
Bit old for that, were you not, in comparison to Ingrid?
Well, I found the discussion very interesting on various aspects. And if I see well this issue of rule of law, which is a very broad issue, but nobody knows exactly what it includes and what not, is quite a special enlargement topic, since it is maybe the area where the EU member states themselves, or some of them, have nearly as many problems as the candidate countries in the Western Balkans. Yeah. So, and it was mentioned that 4 of the countries, I don't know why only 4, are joined now in the EU rule of law mechanism, which is very good, because they are working on the same thing on both sides. And maybe, to say it in a bit provocative way, some of the rule of law experts of some of the member states should be sent to the negotiations with some Western Balkan countries to learn the standards. But
that's a harsh judgment, but it's an interesting observation. Yeah.
But if this is a common challenge, the question has to be put: what is the threshold to accept new member states in meeting rule of law standards, bearing in mind, as it was mentioned also, discussion is a never-ending challenge. So where do we set the threshold? We cannot, obviously, from what has been said, ask 100% perfect on this. And I found it very interesting, Mr. Weitz, what you criticized on political nominations of high-level judges. You should go to Berlin to advise the German government how to nominate constitutional judges. So what is the threshold to let them in, despite the fact that the situation is not perfect?
Okay, well, I think
maybe one other aspect I briefly mention, rule of law to a large extent is an area where the EU has little competence. And therefore, the advice has to come more from the member states than from the EU, on judges, on handling, on organizing courts and all that. And that raises another problem, that the traditions in the member states are very, very different.
Thank you. You made lots of interesting points. I think we've got some big issues there. So I'm going to go directly to the big issues, and then we'll come back to any final questions. Helen, do you agree with that the member states have far more competence than the EU when it comes to rule of law, and that this isn't really one of the strong points of the EU institutions themselves?
Yeah, but let me first answer the first part of your question when you said, well, what is the threshold? Because it's never done and it's an eternal job, etc. And I think to a large degree, I also agree with that. But I think in the methodology that we designed and that has been adjusted over time, there is, of course, an end game and a moment of accession, and this is when all chapters are closed and we start preparing for accession treaty, etc. So. And does that mean that everything is 100% done? No. So I think that is the honest answer to that question. But having the methodology as it is, and I know there's sometimes a lot of criticism on it because we made it very technocratic and it's maybe sometimes far from the geopolitical dimension that you would like to see with sweeping accessions, etc. But to me, this is also the merit of the methodology, that you have negotiations on chapters, under clusters, with rule of law, the fundamentals cluster being opened first, closed last. So that's kind of the safeguard that you have. And then when the Council decides that, a country is ready, that is the threshold, I think, that could be, I think, the only answer to that question. Member states, I do agree. I mean, I hear very well what Ingrid says about, not to think that if you have assembled judges in an online training that you can tick that box. So I very much agree with that, and that it's really, that's also what triggered me a little bit when you asked, are there quick fixes when it comes to the rule of law? I think there are no quick fixes when it comes to the rule of law. Maybe there are quick fixes when it's in the economic sphere, when we talk about gradual integration, of course, to offer perspective. You can do roaming, you can do SEPA, but you cannot say, okay, in the rule of law. I think also that has to be a very homegrown process and trajectory, and therefore we also don't believe that much in date fixation. The rule of law has to be done by 2028 because we need a 28th member state by 2028. This is, to us, very unuseful, and also we tell that to the Commission, saying that, yeah, this is maybe also creating expectations. This should be a process that follows its own merit, and therefore, yeah, the date fixation, if there has to be any, it needs to be with the candidate member state, with their reform process. And I also very much agree that, you know, it's not about ticking the boxes when it comes to legislation. No, it's track record, implementation, a whole transformative process that you would like to see prior to accession. And I know it's hard to pin it down in very objective criteria, but I do sympathize with what Thomas said about you have to feel it, the progress, and that it's going in the right direction. And I think, yeah, that's of course in the end also part of the equation.
Thank you. Ingrid, to you, the first question about is there anything that you, particularly with your organisation, or some thoughts in general, some lessons from your own experience in France, that, you know, what you can do to protect you know, the judges, because it is becoming, let's be honest, like so many other jobs in our society, you know, this social media bullying age and in polarised political environments, you know, a much more high pressure kind of function, isn't it? And so clearly we have to protect people who are doing this job to the extent we can. Any thoughts on that, and is that something that you've tackled in the training programs? But I think, again, you know, your experience is very valuable, so share as much of it as you can, please.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, it's an ongoing challenge, and we are in a very worrying moment, to be honest. Of course, there are many threats to the security of judges, and everywhere. I talk with my colleagues from all across Europe. You know, they are on the threat for their own security. We have sometimes judges who recently I've heard about one judge who has been killed in France, and it's not isolated. So there are several threats against judges on their security, also on their reputation. We know there are also political interferences, and this is something we try to address and we want to address. And you know, this is also a recent opinion which has been released by the Consultative Committee of the European Judges from the Council of Europe. They have released, and it's public, an opinion on the well-being of judges, because you cannot have a rule of law if you don't have the guarantors of this rule of law in a well-being position, able to fulfill their mission. And when you have judges under threats, I heard sometimes from my colleagues, I heard colleagues from Romania, for example, telling me I'm thinking about resigning because it's too difficult for my family, it's too difficult, the threats I receive, although I love my job and I'm convinced I want to do my job properly, but it's becoming very dangerous. And we have seen also what happened to the Polish judges. So indeed, if you want to protect the rule of law, you must protect the rule of law faces, and judges are one of these faces. So we can do it, of course. It can be done politically, it can be done by the civil society, but it can also be done with judicial training. This is what we have discussed within the network already, how to support the rule of law through judicial training, and through supporting the judges to be strong enough to face the undue interferences. And we have launched, for example, several years ago in 2022. It was after the initiative of the Council, the German presidency, by the way. They wanted to have something more targeting judges from all across EU on rule of law topic. They asked us to do something, and we created the Judges at Europe Forum. So every year we run that event. So we select randomly judges from all across the EU, and we bring them together to talk about rule of law threats, rule of law challenges they face under Chatham House rules. But it's training. It's really training because they are rules. They are EU rules. Of course, the member states can do, but we have EU rules on that, and I know most of the judges, they are not aware of the CJEU case law, for example, on that. The decision Juge Portugais has been released long time ago, but I think many of them don't know that indeed the Court of Justice is also monitoring the judicial independence within the member states. So it's very important that this case law is well known in the EU. Unfortunately, these initiatives we run, like the Judges at Europe Forum, are for the EU judges because we got the EU funds for EU. This is also something I would like to address, because to support the enlargement, of course, Western Balkans judges wanted to apply, wanted to participate, and we need also to support because they are facing the same challenges, so we need to support them as well. The thing is always about resources, because we need proper and targeted resources to deal with non-EU participants. So, but we will include it also in the next project.
Thanks, Ingrid. And thanks again for giving us all those practical experience lessons. It really helps to focus on the issue. Sergeant, I know that you wanted to come in on this, so microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. Before I answer to the question, I like how to protect the rule of law. Two things. One, I think we neglected a big part of the rule of law mechanism, and these are the prosecutors. Everything that you just said regarding the protection of judges applies to prosecutor services as well. Thomas mentioned SPAC in Tirana. Reigniting the credibility of the EU integration process as a transformative mechanism. It was not easy, but citizens saw that the EU integration process is connected to the start of implementation of the anti-corruption fight, and that obviously triggered EU enthusiasm and the energy which you can feel on the streets of Tirana. It's an amazing place. The second thing I wanted to address is what Helen said on time frame or time. I beg to disagree because if we want to preserve the credibility, and I think according to a Webster dictionary, credibility is a capacity to have faith. Yep. If we want to preserve credibility of the EU integration process, we need to have some, how do you call it, coordinate. And not exclusively for the candidate countries to deliver, but for the EU as well to prepare. And this is why it is crucial, and I will repeat what I said last night at a dinner. I was very much disappointed by the fact that the European Commission has still not published the program of the internal reforms and adjustments concerning the budget, concerning the policy and decision-making process in the enlarged Europe. So for that, we need to have some time frames in order to keep the focus on what we need to do. And to our friend from Romania, on how to protect the rule of law, how to use the rule of law to protect the rule of law, I think your country is a perfect example. And unfortunately, still not recognized widely in the region what Romania did. And how you cut the, now it's going to be more than 700 years of fight for the rule of law, from Magna Carta in 1215 onwards. You cut that period in just a couple of decades because your political leadership was clear and dedicated that there is no impunity and the corruption needs to be addressed. So the rule of law is how to put it? I'm missing the words. I'm getting a bit tired. It's not panacea, but how do you call it?
The conditio sine qua non? Well, I don't know.
It's a remedy. This is the word I'm looking for. The rule of law is a remedy for the rule of law. When you show to the Romanian citizens that the rule of law is applied equally, then they were willing to fight even in the streets to preserve this rule of law. So the implementation is crucial, and that's the way. The struggle every day, the fight for the recognition of this principle, for its proper implementation, that's the only way to preserve it. And for that, you need a democracy.
Sergio, thank you. Now, we're almost out of time, so we unfortunately don't have time for large numbers of questions. But before I give Thomas the final word, apart from me, of course, giving a brief summing up, brief promise, was there any frustrated member of the audience who I didn't recognise who wanted to ask a question? And of course, I'll get Thomas to answer that question and answer the other preceding questions at the same time. So let's just do a final check. No, yes, I knew there would be one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Nicole Farnsworth from Kosovo Women's Network, and we work together with a coalition of women's rights organizations in the Western Balkans who for decades have been monitoring the rule of law, especially the Istanbul Convention, how it's being translated into legislation. But what's important most of all is the role that we have in delivering free legal aid to women who have suffered violence. And this enables us to get in the courtrooms to watch what is happening. And I fully agree with the training of the judges, and that we must also have cases that they practice, because traditional training doesn't work. Our experience shows the same thing. But by being in those courtrooms, physically being there, they see the women's rights activists, they start applying the rule of law. Or if they don't, we're there and we see it, and we can move forward in further legal processes. So I raise this concern because now, with the changes that are happening, as women's rights organizations, we're facing a lot of pressures, but one of them being the cutbacks in financing, including from EU member states, not just the US, but from EU member states and from the EU. And this is putting at threat the very work that women's rights groups have done to uphold the rule of law for so many years. There are many that are threatened of closing by next year. So my question is, growth plans, they're focused on financing growth plans. So the new civil society facility will focus on growth plans. So how will this important work of women's rights groups continue under these new financing plans? Thank you.
No, thanks. That's an excellent question. Thomas, more broadly, answering the question, of course, but more broadly, the role of civil society in all of this. I imagine, in all your trips to the region, you interact a lot with civil society, so you see, alongside the question, just how effective it is at keeping that pressure up. But on the other hand, yes, it needs funding, it needs support. So I know that the other panelists could equally address that question, but as our time is almost up, I'm going to give that one to you.
I'm going to be fast. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to the region, one of my main interlocutors is civil society. And I'm, again, amazed about the competence and engagement that you find there. And very often they play the role of the actual watchdogs. Even in countries which have, let's say, limited media freedom, it's civil society that even takes over the role of media to actually contradict or confront the governments with the needed questions, sometimes very uncomfortable questions. And so this support is key. I mean, we lost some support through the loss of USAID. Some of the support comes from foundations, but it is key in also funding instruments from the European Union. I mean, we all share the understanding that growth has something to do with rule of law. And if we understand that civil society play an incredibly important role to advocate for rule of law in the region, well, if we want to enable growth, if we want to enable a rule of law environment, we have to support civil society. And there's different instruments. It can be IPA 3, it can be the reform agenda, growth plan, and we're constantly advocating for that. And there's quite a big majority in the European Parliament also cross-party support to support them. Not all parties anymore really support, because there's kind of an anti-NGO agenda also ongoing, but still there's a lot of support in that. And maybe to the first question, what are the actual crossing lines? When is it enough for rule of law to actually say yes? Well, I think you said it, or you did actually, Jamie. At the end of the day, it's a political decision. It's in council. No, you said it, Helen. It's a political decision if we accept that this is enough for us to have the trust. And for me, some criteria are: is there good cooperation with Europol? Is there good cooperation with Eurojust? Are there institutionals there that are functional, that are also able to go against the ones in power? And is there police forces that are well trained, judges, prosecutors? Is there an environment where they can actually do their work? Is there control mechanisms in place? And is there enough transparency for citizens, for us, to actually see what is happening? This is some criteria which I apply on my assessments. But at the end of the day, again, it's a political decision of the council to say yes, this is enough for us now. But I think also Venice Commission, I forgot to mention, is Venice Commission assessments. Are they accepted? Are they implemented? So there is concrete criteria, but still at the end of the day, it's a political decision.
Thomas, thank you very much. We're now at the end of the panel. My takeaways, very briefly, with thanks to the 4 excellent panelists for giving me these insights, and hopefully I'm doing them justice. But the rule of law is complicated because it conditions everything else, but it's also a work in progress. Maybe some aspects of EU enlargement are getting to a standard of ticking the box and the job is done, but this is an ongoing thing. And it applies after accession, just as it applies before accession. So we looked at what is credibility, what is the minimum standard to create the confidence so that the rule of law is a facilitator of enlargement and not a block. We heard that the culture of impunity in the region is gradually being broken down. We have some very good examples of that. Nobody is above the law, at least hopefully outside the EU. Unfortunately, that rule no longer applies, but it must apply inside the EU and in the enlargement process. We heard about the rule of law is necessary to protect the rule of law. That was very interesting, and how we can do it. We heard about training and the importance of building the legal institutions, judicial institutions, technology, issues, tricky issues like data, AI that we're confronting ourselves, question of resources, the training has to be tailor-made. Of course, the criminals are always a step ahead. They are the greatest innovators we know, the criminal mind. So how do we keep pace with that evolution in criminal techniques and innovation? We heard about the need to make sure that EU law, which is evolving all the time, very dynamic, is constantly being sort of integrated into the legal systems of the candidate countries so they don't fall behind, applying the last generation of legal standards when they are obsolete in the union itself. The key role of civil society, but needs to be supported and funded. The need to use all of the capacities that we have at our disposal. And then finally, the values. At the end of the day, it's all about values, and it can be helped in a broader context. Sergio, I think that's what you said about the need for participation of the candidate countries in broader values-based initiatives like the Democracy Shield and the like, which can create the enabling environment to make this better. I'd like again to really thank the 4 speakers. I had, as you probably guessed, a lot of fun, but fun in the good sense of the word, acquiring knowledge in a happy way. Listening to you, I really like to thank you for making the effort to come here today. And participating in the panel. Dear audience, my thanks to you, of course, for being here, staying the course, asking all of the good questions. This brings to an end this edition of the Western Balkans Summit for 2025. Stefan Fulli this morning said that, obviously because enlargement goes beyond the Western Balkans, and it may even go to the Arctic region if Iceland does vote next year to resume its application for membership. Maybe Enlargement Summit will replace Western Balkan Summit. I can't announce that today, we'll see, but it's an interesting thought, so that we obviously keep all of the candidate countries in mind. But again, that's it for this year. Thank you to Davide, his team from Friends of Europe, who, unlike me, have done the real work and the hard work in organising, persuading the speakers to come, inviting you, your good selves, and taking care of the logistics. Demendra, do you want to say on behalf of Friends of Europe a final word? No, you're happy to give it to me. So the final word is goodbye.